Good evening. I'd like to welcome you to the February 12th, 2013 meeting of the City of Lake Forest Plan Commission meeting. I am Mike Lay, Chairman of the Commission, and at this time I'd like to introduce the other members of the Commission who are with us tonight. To my far right, Commissioner Berg. To my immediate right is Commissioner Culbertson. To my far left is Commissioner Kuchman, then Commissioner Carris, and Commissioner Ziccarelli. From city staff, we have Kathy Zerniak, our Director of Community Development, with us as well. Our first item of business is approval of some minutes. We have two sets of minutes to consider this evening. The first one is the proceedings of the October 9th, 2013 meeting. Do any of the commissioners have any additions, corrections, or deletions to the minutes? Kathy, I have one, and that is on page 5, line 10. I think the word develop appears to me should read developer, ER, okay? Okay, all those in favor of the October 9th meeting minutes indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Minutes are approved. Next are the minutes of the November 13th, 2013 meeting. Any additions, corrections, deletions, modifications? Seeing none, they'll stand approved as submitted. Okay. Next item is a public hearing on the Mendino Duplex development located at 1411, 1421, and 1423 McKinley Road. Are there people who wish to testify? Well, let me ask first, though. Do any members of the commission have any ex parte contacts or conflict of interest on this item?
Mr. Chairman, I actually would like to recuse myself from the proceedings as I have a relationship with the petitioner.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Are we going to have people testify on this? I assume we are.
This is actually for this first one.
I'd like to swear you in. It is on. Can you hear this better now? Okay. Let me swear you in first.
Speak up and pull it towards you and we'll see if it adjusts.
Let me ask you, sir, do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
I do.
Thank you very much. Please indicate to us your name, your address, and your...
My name is Lawrence Trainoff. I'm with North Central Land Survey Company. We're one of the consultants assisting Mr. Mendino with this subdivision. Our address is at 51 Sherwood Terrace, Lake Bluff, 60044.
Okay. Okay. Please proceed.
Okay. Well, let's see what I've got here. Hopefully. Well, I guess in the interest of saving time, it looks like there's a lot of other business on tonight's agenda, and I'm sure most of you, or all of you, read Director Cerniak's staff report for this project. Again, we were here last September 2011 with a 4-building plan for this whole development. In the last couple of years, we pared it down to 2 buildings that basically give the area a little more open space. It totally complies with all the applicable city requirements and ordinances. And that's about it. It's a pretty simple development. There's not much to it. Do you have any questions or anything?
Let's first go to Kathy. Do you have any comments on this one?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Lay. This is a petition that was last before the commission, as Mr. Trainoff noted, in September 2011. This comes back to you now, consistent with the direction of the Plan Commission discussion at that time. The density, the development on the site has been reduced by 1/3. The impervious surface on the site has also been significantly reduced. This is infill development. There is already one duplex on the northwest corner of this site that Mr. Mendino built a number of years ago. This will add 2 additional buildings, each with 2 duplex units. These are rental units, as the existing units are. This is housing in a location within walking distance to the Central Business District, to the train station, and it really is consistent with the City Council's goal of continuing a diversity of housing products at a variety of price points throughout the community. The staff report reviews the various criteria. This project does meet all of those criteria, and city staff recommends approval. The approval would be a recommendation of the approval of the planned apartment development and approval of the tentative and final plat. The plat is simply a consolidation of 2 lots that currently exist on the site into one. I will note that I did just distribute one letter that we received. It was a letter from, I don't remember the gentleman's name, but it offers some suggestions with respect to species of plantings on the site. And I believe Mr. Mendino is willing to work with the city arborist and make sure we select the appropriate plantings. There are some tight areas, particularly along the south side of that property. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions. The staff does recommend approval.
Thank you. Any questions of commissioners for either the petitioner or Kathy?
No. I've got one.
Sure.
Just a quick question. Good evening. My question is regarding the access. I believe the driveway is going to stay the same, and it's going to be used by the additional buildings as well?
Correct. Existing curb cut's going to be used. There won't
Okay.
be any other changes to the McKinley Road pavement.
Okay, no expansion or anything of the driveway? Okay, that was my only question.
I do have some questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the driveway, if I look at in our packet, I'm seeing that the width of the driveway is, well, why don't you tell me? Do you know what the width of the driveway is going to be?
I think it's maybe 20 feet.
20 feet? I thought I
Maybe
saw
12.
34.
Well,
Well, I
I'm
see
not sure where you-
34 on this, I guess. I'm a little confused.
when you say the driveway, you're talking about the driveway?
The
at
road
McKinley
that's coming off McKinley and going east.
Here or here?
Right there, when you cross the sidewalk or whatever, after you cross the apron.
I think it's sized to be about 20 feet, I think. I don't have the engineering plans with me.
Are you comfortable that roadway is wide enough to
Yes.
accommodate two-way traffic?
Yes, two vehicles can pass easily when they come out of there.
Yeah, I went in there today, I thought it was a little tight.
Well,
but-
it's going to be expanded. What you've got there is the existing driveway for the existing building. The new driveway is going to be expanded slightly,
So
4 or
it-
5 feet.
So it will be wider?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not just the existing driveway?
Correct.
Okay.
Wasn't that
All right.
Mr. Commissioner Carris's question earlier?
Yeah, it was about access and the driveway. So is the access point going to be expanded at all on
No,
McKinley?
the access point, as you can see, is wide enough.
Okay.
It's just a driveway on the,
Interior
property
to the
itself.
property?
right.
Okay.
That's going to be expanded from the existing pavement that's there now.
I also note that the the parcel as it will be put together into a single lot, in the southeast quadrant, it slopes down and away towards the high school athletic fields.
Correct.
Somewhat steeply, and I'm just wondering what the grading issues are
Well,
there.
there are no grading issues. We're matching the existing grade here, and the slopes have been approved.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the northeast corner.
Oh, you're talking up here?
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, on the grading plan that was submitted to Lake Forest Engineering Department, they were in agreement with what we had shown on there regarding the transition from the building pad to the existing ground. So there was no problem there. Of course, it's steep because the property of the high school is quite low. It's probably 6 feet lower than the building pad, but the transitions are reasonable.
Right. And in staff's estimation, there's no problem there, no issue?
The preliminary engineering plans have been reviewed, but before permits are actually issued for work, if this moves forward, final engineering plans will be submitted, and city engineer will ensure that all requirements are met.
Okay, thank you. Turning to the trees, I also note on the north property line, there are several mature trees that would be behind building number 2 as it's proposed. Will those remain, or will they be removed?
I think they're the property line, I mean, they're probably right on the property line between the school and Mr. Mendino's property. I think there was some discussion with the school district, and if the trees had to come down at the recommendation of the city forester, the school had no problem with those.
Right. Do we know?
They weren't specimen trees. They were ash. They might have been ash trees too.
Right. Staff, do you have a comment on that?
We concur. The trees on the site are really poor quality, and replantings as necessary would be more appropriate.
So the Kentucky coffee tree, which I'll take your word for it, is a Kentucky coffee tree, is situated where the cul-de-sac would be, pretty much, right? And would be removed as well.
That's the one sacrifice, and it really is in a location that we looked at various alternative designs, and that tree really is impacted by any of them. So that is the only tree. There will be replantings. If sufficient replantings for inch replacement of that tree cannot be done on site, then we would require a payment in lieu of. But we're confident that there will need to be some additional plantings on the site, and it will probably all equal out.
Right. Thank you. And finally, again to you, Kathy, did I note in the staff report that BRB approval is not required for the construction of the 2 newer buildings?
The Building Review Board has previously reviewed and approved the existing building. The 2 additional buildings proposed are identical to the previously approved building, so no further Building Review Board review will be required.
And that's kosher, so to speak?
It is, given that this really is an infill development. It's really completing a project that was initiated several years ago. At that time, staff actually encouraged Mr. Mendino to consider expanding the development to include the property to the south. I don't remember if he actually owned that property or not at that time, but we encouraged him to look at acquiring it if he didn't own it.
If this moves on from Plan Commission, what would the next steps be?
The next steps would be for the developer to file with the city final engineering plans, final landscaping plans. That would be the first step, and then once the infrastructure is in, then we would issue building permits for the two new structures.
So no other board review?
Correct. Your recommendation will go to the city council.
Understood. Thank you.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any further questions of the petitioner? Okay, let me ask, is there anybody else here who wishes to testify on this first item, the Mendino property? Seeing none, we can proceed to take action on the matter.
Mr. Chairman, I would move to approve the plan as submitted with the staff recommendations.
Second.
Is there a second? Okay, discussion on that motion. Any further discussion on the motion?
No.
I will support the motion. I'm very pleased with the petitioner's response to the the constructive criticism they received the first time they came to us, and they have reduced the scale of the project and reduced the footprint and the impervious surface content by a third, as staff reported, and I think this is a step in the right direction.
Good. Okay, we're ready for the vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve with the conditions on page 6 of the staff report?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Okay, on to item number 2 on our agenda. A public hearing and consideration of a request for approval of a special use permit authorizing a new restaurant, Dunkin' Donuts, with a drive-through facility. The proposed location is the East Side Train Station Depot at 700 McKinley Road. At this time, I would ask, do any members of the commission have any ex-parte contacts or conflicts of interest on this matter? Seeing none, we will proceed.
You get Guy back? You get Commissioner Berg back before we get started?
I was gonna say, my wife told me.
Okay. Commissioner Berg is on his way, so we have representatives from the petitioner here. Are you Mr. Kua? Okay. Are you going to have others with you to testify? Okay. All three of you wish to stand, please? I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge? I do. Thank you very much. Welcome, and we're ready for your presentation.
Commissioner Lay, Plan Commission members. My name is Mario Valentini. I'm with Warren Johnson Architects. We're obviously here to present to you and appreciate the ability to bring this matter to your commission here. With me is Ashley Hodgson with Warren Johnson Architects, Steve Corcoran is with Erickson Engineering. We have Steve Schwartz. Steve is with Pearl Street Commercial. Kareem Koja is with Lake Forest Dunkin' Donuts, which is a subsidiary company of North Shore Management Group. Mike Mead is available. He's with Dunkin' Brands, corporate entity. And this location, as noted, is the previously the Northern Trust Bank, approximately 1,200 square feet on the northeast corner of the Metra train station. The slide I have here is the site itself. The intent is to utilize the traffic patterns previously used by the bank, which allows for traffic along the east side of the building. You know, the space right now is vacant. The ability for a Dunkin' Donuts to come into this location will work very well, very nicely, with also the ability to not only provide a drive-through for convenience sake, but also a small seating area within the existing square footage for people who may be waiting for the train, or, you know, quite frankly, people who are just pedestrians within the central business district. We feel that obviously is keeping in character with the location. It's a central business district area. And this, it works well and fits well within the specific location. This is a slide showing the, well, not the existing conditions. Unfortunately, one of the photographs was taken while they were working on replacing and rehabbing the window there. But this is the location, and obviously the building is, we're trying to keep, and we'll go through with the Historic Commission all of our thoughts. But quite frankly, what we're trying to do is we're moving into this building, trying to keep the building as intact as possible. We're going to go through and talk about, Steve will go through and talk about traffic. He'll go through and talk about how we plan on making sure that it's safe. But, you know, quite frankly, it'll look as if it was originally part of the building without trying to make too many major changes. The one slide on the lower right is indicating it's the track side of the building. That's just indicating where we're going to propose to put a sign so that people waiting on the platform know that there's a Dunkin' Donuts within the building. At this point, what I'll do is I'm going to come back later to some of the slides that we have, but right now I'm going to leave this with Steve Corcoran, Steve with Erickson Engineering, and he's going to talk about, in addition to our development, the city has also has plans for the development of a bike path through this general area. So some of these slides will talk about the traffic, additional traffic to that, and some of the pathway configurations and how it affects our drive-through lane. So at this point, I'll come back, but leave it with Steve to go through his piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Corcoran?
Thank you, Mario. And for the record, my name is Steve Corcoran. I'm Director of Traffic Engineering at Erickson Engineering. And I'm here tonight. Erickson Engineering did the traffic and parking study, as well as did the preliminary site plan. So I'll discuss some of the preliminary engineering also. What we have up right here is the preliminary site plan for the exterior. And just orientation, this is the train station. And the shaded area is essentially the new drive-through lane and a median that's going to separate the drive-through from the through traffic at the train station. To the east of that, we have a future bike path. The city has received a grant, and we've been working with them to try to coordinate the plans with the bike path with what the plans that we're doing. And actually, the intent is to construct both these things at the same time. So depending on whoever goes first, we don't rip up half the road and then a few months later rip up the road again in front of the train station. So the intent is to construct these at the same time. And so we are working with them, and you'll kind of see as we're going through this, we have a couple different bike plans actually in the submittals that we made to you because the changing nature of that. But essentially what we're doing is taking the asphalt in front of the station, and we've had to, because of the historical nature of the building, we can't lower the window, as Mario will get in more of those details, the drive-through window sill because of the historical nature of the building. So we've had to raise the asphalt up. So essentially, going northbound, we enter the drive-through here at grade, the existing asphalt, and then we go up. And then right here, where the drive-through window is, will be about 18 inches above the existing pavement, and then we'll go back down to the existing grade. And to the right of that, we'll maintain the existing grade. And the way we handle that differentiation elevations is with the median, and I'll go through that in a sec. Here, we've also, this is just a sign and striping plan, but I just want to touch on, we have drove 2 sections. This is through the drive-through, and this is through the crosswalk. And here's an exhibit just to give us a sense of what's going on there. The top 2 figures are identical. One is just shaded to help make it stand out. That's where the drive-through window is. Essentially, you can see here's the drive-through lane, here's the median, and there's a drop of about 18 inches to the existing pavement. So again, drive-through lane, median. This looks a little distorted, obviously, just the scale. It's actually a lot smoother slope than what we show here, and then here's the existing grade. This does not reflect the bike path in this area right here, as far as the grades. Here to the lower part is essentially where people walk from the station out to McKinley. There is the existing grade. There's a curb at the east edge of the median. You step up the curb, halfway through the median, you step up 1 step, and then you follow the existing grade, or the new grade, up to, this is the porch. You step up to the porch, and then you go to the front door of the station. You actually have to go up another step, or 2 steps, depending on how you look at it, to get into the station itself. Here's kind of a little clearer exhibit of how things will be working. Again, here's the median. It's 3 feet wide on the inside of it, plus the curbing. We have a 12-foot lane for the drive-through. We have a 11-foot or 12-foot lane for the pass-by traffic. Again, that's going to be subject, we're still working with the village engineering department and the grant and the village, or I'm sorry, not the consultant for the city doing the bike path plans. So that may change by a foot or 2. We've also, right where the path is, we've actually widened the median out to kind of make it as a bump out, so help, again, warn drive-through traffic that that's a pedestrian crossing, plus shorten the distance the pedestrians have to cross at that cross-through. Here's the drive-through lane. We have room for 2 cars. We have the crosswalk, and then we have room for 4 more cars for stacking of the drive-through. The orange indicates basically the path of the drive-through traffic. As you know, this road is essentially one-way northbound, and then you can go around and then circle around to one-way parking either here or here. So we've maintained those paths clear of the drive-through or independent of the drive-through, so that doesn't interfere with existing commuting traffic. We've also planned for pedestrians. There's obviously pedestrians out there today. We have a pedestrian crossing from the existing/future stairs and connection down McKinley, across our median, up the 2 stairs, across the drive-through lane, and then up onto the porch. Now, what we've done here is, right now you can come straight out the door on the porch and onto the asphalt in front of the train station. We're actually putting a fence along, or railing actually is a better word for it, here, so you can't come out of the station and walk right into the drive-through. You actually consciously have to make this angled turn. And again, that's for safety. We don't want people on their cell phones, talking on their cell phones, just walk right into the drive-through. We want them to make that maneuver so that people see where they're going, and also gives the drivers an opportunity to see them better too, better visibility. Now, because of the station, again, with the series of steps that are there today, independent of our median, this will not be an accessible route. The current accessible entrances to the train station are actually from the track side over in this corner and this corner to the boarding platform, and from there you can enter the building. We're not doing anything to change that, but again, in coordination with the bike path, there will be some kind of, as you can kind of see here, from McKinley, a ramp. It goes up to the bike path. We can't, as I said, we can't go through the porch, and then we're coordinating to create an accessible route outside the drive-through that would then allow anyone from McKinley or being dropped off by the buses to come out and go to the station. In terms of traffic volumes, the big thing to remember, we're in a downtown area. And, you know, I've worked on many Dunkin' Donuts in the suburbs. I've worked on many suburban downtowns. And any commercial development in the suburbs, we're going to generate less vehicular traffic because we're taking advantage of the downtown. In this case, part of our population, instead of you're driving to work, you stop at a Dunkin' Donuts in the suburbs. Now you're going to work, but you're going to the train station, and you'll walk after you park your car or get dropped off and stop and get your coffee. So we're going to see much less traffic compared to a typical Dunkin' Donuts. We estimate, about half of that, because again, we also have the people in the downtown who can walk over and get there. Now, that's not going to say there's no traffic, but we are going to generate significantly less than a typical suburban location. And just get a sense of scale of some of the volumes we're dealing with. This is the total traffic volumes. We expect 23 cars during the peak morning hour. In the evening, it's going to be much less going through the drive-through lane. So about one car, I don't know, is that every 2.5 minutes? Currently, we have about 19, 20 cars going through this area for kiss and ride, pick up and drop off, et cetera. And then we have just under 30 cars, just circulating through the parking area and dropping off over here. And the same thing, kind of that level of traffic here. So we're not talking about heavy traffic volumes, as well as we're not talking about heavy pedestrian volumes. So from a capacity level, we're in great shape there. Now, our plan that I showed you showed room for up to 6 cars to stack for the drive-through. Basically 2 at the window, the third car will be at the ordering board, and then from there we have room for 3 more. We attained surveys of 17 different suburban Dunkin' Donuts, and 70% of those were basically 6 vehicles queued or less. Essentially, this is the number of stores that were surveyed with 3, 4, 5, or 6. So the majority of the suburban sites were that. We have a couple outliers. That's to be expected on some of the busier roads. But for the most part, we see from the suburban location 6. Now, we actually expect only 3 to 5 cars to be queued there due to a combination of reduction in just the general traffic volumes due to the nature you're in a downtown area and given the service times, which are typically 80, 90 seconds for the drive-through. Let's talk about parking real quick. In those 2 lots, the north of the station, south of the station, we have a combined 126 parking spaces. Of those, most of them are daily permits. We have 2 taxi lot spaces and some accessible spaces also. We have 16 90-minute spaces, and actually I was out there tonight. I guess 3 of them have been converted to 10-minute spaces, but in terms of parking for this development, all employee parking will not occur in this lot, these 2 lots. The employees will have to get a CBD parking permit, and they'll park somewhere, long-term parking, somewhere in one of the available lots in the downtown area. Customer parking, we expect to be anywhere from 5 to 10 cars, and for the most part, they're going to be making use of those 90-minute spaces. And, obviously Dunkin' Donuts, the turnaround time is relatively short, 5, 10, 15 minutes, depending on, unless they're meeting somebody there. So that's going to be more than enough. We've discussed with staff the opportunity to change some of that to 10 or 15-minute parking, some additional spaces, and we're discussing with that. We haven't decided on the final number. We've reviewed the staff comments. Essentially, again, we're ongoing coordination with the bike path planning. They're doing another set of drawings, and when that's available, we'll coordinate with their activity, both construction as well as design. The engineering staff had a concern with the queuing length for the drive-through. They're concerned, and they thought maybe we need 8 vehicles. And we're willing to work with the staff to do that. The concept is, and there's actually several different concepts, but essentially, if we add 2 more vehicles, we might have to modify some of these parking spaces and bring this aisle back a little further back. We're amenable to working through that, and so that's an outstanding issue with engineering. And at this time, I'll turn it back to Mario, and he will discuss some of the site plan and building features for you.
Thanks, Steve. Steve went through a lot of what basically constitutes the operation of the location, but I just wanted to go through very quickly again, because I know that there's a lot going on. So we will have typical things that you'd find in a drive-through location. You'll see the details of the menu board. As Steve had mentioned, we want to put up a guardrail, so we want to be able to make sure that that guardrail, is part of our safety, input, because people can just kind of come in and out of that doorway without really thinking, and we obviously want to make it a safe and convenient way of getting in and out of the station still. So we'll have typical items, like I said, the menu board would be actually within the existing porch of the station. Right now, I think what's there are bike racks. But with the new bike path development and the construction of new bike storage areas, those items would go away automatically anyway. So that is part of what constitutes the use of that drive-through lane. This slide here very quickly shows we do have a signage package put together. There will be some signs along the roadways, both north and south of the station. So we have a couple of just items for letting people know, obviously, that the drive-through is there and the Dunkin' Donuts is there. Directional signs, so where pedestrians are crossing, right? We want to be able to make not only the pedestrians aware of the fact that there's a traffic lane that they're walking through, but the vehicles. We want them to understand that, and we've purposely done this, where the path of connection is from the bike path into the front door of the station, or I'm sorry, the back door of the station. We've purposely made it so that cars aren't going to park there at all during the queuing of vehicles. So we've asked the cars to stop prior to the crossing and wait for the vehicles in front of them to clear before they proceed. So you'll see stop signs there, purposely directing them to just hold off and not block the walkway. Now, this is very quickly, I won't even go into much detail. The ability to create that island to separate the two drive aisles for two purposes. Steve had mentioned the grade change, but also we have an opportunity to purposely direct people. You can either cross and go in that door, or you have to go around. So, and in that island is going to be landscaped. So we have trees, and not trees, but shrubs that would withstand, the needs of, vehicle traffic, so salt, whatever the case is, so that obviously it'll stay nice as long as it's maintained. Very quickly, some sketches about what the elevations will look like. You can see it's basically three elements that are added to that east facade of the building: menu board, guardrail, and then the introduction of the drive-through window into an existing window location as it is right now. We're not even changing anything else. Very quickly again, the sign that would be on the west side of the building, and a quick cross-section of what the car looks like at the drive-through window. And just a little bit of, again, a further rendering of what this is going to look like. You can see pedestrian traffic is maintained and still trying to keep it safe while still servicing the drive-through window. The same condition, just a different view of the station from the southeast corner. Very quickly, I'd like to bring up Kareem Koja. Kareem will be the owner and operator of this location, and he can just give you a kind of a quick history of what he does.
Thanks, Mario. Members of the Plan Commission, my name is Kareem Koja, 790 West Frontage Road, Northfield, Illinois. I'm the franchisee that will be operating the store. I've been in the Dunkin' Donuts system since I was 7 years old, so real versed with how to operate these things. And also, I am the largest franchisee in Chicago. We currently operate, it's actually not we, it's me, currently operate 44 stores in the Chicagoland area, going from the Wisconsin border down to downtown Chicago, going all the way west to DeKalb. Majority of our stores are in Lake County, and we are building a lot of stores with drive-throughs. Recently, we remodeled our Highland Park store. We recently just remodeled our Deerfield store, opened a store in Lincolnshire with a drive-through, and in the process of opening a store in Northfield with a drive-through. We employ 550 employees currently. That number is obviously going to increase. We've got 10 new stores planned this year, so we'll be at 54 by the end of this year. Fast-growing company that employs a lot of people and employ from within the community, and looking to get approval on this thing. We've been working on this thing long time with staff. Staff's been great, very helpful in navigating us through the process. And yes, speed of service. So our average speed of service in the QSR industry is, if you look at all other, it's about 120 seconds. But the nature of Dunkin' Donuts being, majority of our business is in the beverage business. 60% of our business is in the beverage business. Although our name says Dunkin' Donuts, we only sell 18% of our product mix is in donuts. And 60% is beverage. The others are sandwiches and bagels with cream cheese. The nature of our business being the way it is, our service times are 80 to 90 seconds per car, because obviously we're quicker to pour a cup of coffee and bag donuts than other QSRs who have to prepare food when giving it out through the window. And those numbers we can prove by looking at my existing stores throughout the Chicagoland area. Out of the 44 stores, we have roughly 32 of them that have drive-throughs. And the nature of the way the world has gone, from CVS's to Walgreens to everybody in the world wanting drive-through and a convenience factor, especially in the morning when they're in a rush to get to work. I'll open it up to questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kaja. Before we do that, any comments of staff, Kathy?
Thank you, Chairman Lay. A few comments. I wanted to give you a little bit of background. I want to talk about some operational issues and then talk about the process from here. Just some quick background. Although the station is owned by Union Pacific, the city has a long-term lease and is responsible and has really taken ownership of that station because of its importance as a key historical structure in the central business district. The city, about 18 months ago, 2 years ago, did begin to seek tenants. Northern Trust Bank used to be in the north end of that train station, the depot on the east side. That space was empty, and Dunkin' Donuts was one of the groups that stepped forward. The Property and Public Lands Committee of the City Council directed that we work with them to see if there was a way that we could make that site work for them and for the community. The east side of the train station there does have a history of really a whole bunch of uses. There was, until recently, a drive-through canopy there. Northern Trust had 2 ATMs in that location. Before that, there was actually a window on the building to the north of the existing window that was bricked up when the standalone ATM was created. So it is an area where there already is congestion. There is a mix of vehicle traffic, pedestrian traffic. A positive is that with the grant the city recently obtained, the bicycle traffic that currently goes right through the middle of that parking lot will be moved to a separate trail which will be constructed along the west side of McKinley Road. So that will be an easing of some of the congestion in that area. However, having said that, certainly the congestion and points of conflicts were a real point of focus for staff as we looked at this. Let me first speak to the use. The proposed use of that space for Dunkin' Donuts is consistent with the B4 zoning district. Those types of uses are allowed in our core area. Drive-throughs, however, do require a special use permit. The city has always been very careful about drive-throughs and really looked at drive-throughs being created and located in a way that they didn't directly impact pedestrian traffic. For instance, when the drive-through was approved for Bank of America on Wisconsin, they were actually required to construct a separate pedestrian walkway along the buildings that would allow people to get from Bank Lane to Western Avenue without crossing that drive-through. In the case of this location, again, because there's a history of a drive-through there, there's a history of pedestrian and vehicle traffic, by designing the drive-through so that the pedestrian crossing is between the ordering spot and the next phase of picking up your order, that was an effort to try and at least put that pedestrian crossing in a logical location. The fact that there's a grade change, pedestrians will need to step up when approaching from the east, that will cause pedestrians to stop and pause a little bit more, and then coming out of the station, as was noted, there would be a new railing constructed. So it's not perfect, but it seems to be not inconsistent with how that side of the station is operated. As we look to the south, and our engineering staff is here tonight to get more in detail and respond to your questions if you'd like. But I will note that as we looked at the queuing and we looked at the numbers that the Dunkin' Donuts team provided to us, we were concerned that 6 seems to be an average number. We understand that maybe this location will be below average in the number of people queuing in the drive-through, but in the 1 or 2 events when there are more people queuing, if the people in the drive-through block that lane when someone's rushing for a train to drop someone off, that movement seems to be really important. So if you choose to support this use, we would suggest that you direct us, our engineering staff specifically, to go back, work with Dunkin' Donuts, review options that they put together that would provide a little bit more space there between the median and the south edge of the building. We think there's an answer there, but we think that area needs further work. I will note that this plan would also require review by the Historic Preservation Commission. Certainly, the city has very specific signage regulations. This is a unique use, but the Historic Preservation Commission will look closely at signage. Certainly, identification signage is needed on the building. There's some desire for a presence on Deerpath. There might be a way to look at some combination of a sign on Deerpath so that we really respect the character of that core area of our historic district. We would also have the Historic Preservation Commission look at directional signs as well. They would look at the trash enclosure proposed for the north side of the building, and they would look at the landscaping proposed for the median, which would be the responsibility of the business owner, and the change to the window. You do have in your packet some information about noise levels. I've received a couple calls from residents living on the east side of Western in the vicinity of Westminster, concerned about early deliveries. Right now, deliveries are not permitted in the Central Business District before 7 a.m. Because of the nature of this business, a very early, I believe between 4 and 5, a delivery is requested. So there is a recommendation that if this moves forward, there would be a condition that assures that the type of truck that makes that delivery does not have a refrigerated operation and could actually make the delivery by pulling through without the need for the backup alarm. That seems to be something that would wake people up at 4 in the morning. So I've heard from some neighbors about noise, about some congestion. I think the other items are identified in the staff report. We do recommend that if you are supportive of this project, that you continue it, direct us to refine some elements of it, and direct that we move it forward to the Historic Preservation Commission. Once we resolve all those, bring it back to you for final consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Questions of the commission members to either the petitioner or to staff? Augie?
Thank you, Chairman. As I see it, I think there's a few concerns. One is there's only one window, right? And that window is the exchange of food and the exchange of money.
That's correct.
So the speed at which the cars move is based on one employee. right, making that exchange, as opposed to two windows.
There's actually 2 employees that work the drive-through window system. At the menu board, somebody's taking the order as through a headset, and yes, the transaction of cash and product is only through the one window. This is no different than any Dunkin' Donuts in the entire nation. There's not one Dunkin' Donuts nationally that has a 2-window system.
Well, I'll tell you why it concerns me. I think the traffic volume is really underestimated. You're on a direct route to the high school, 1,600 kids, all of which either drive or get driven. And so I'm concerned because the consequence of that line not moving fast are cars backing up into the parking lot. Something that maybe I could recommend is, as McDonald's has, are there any spaces that if someone puts in an unusually large order, they can pull forward, park, have the employee run outside? Because that line has to move.
Yeah, absolutely. That is one of the considerations that we're talking about with staff and with the engineering department regarding number of parking spaces with time constraints and or the ability to have them continue north to a stall or 2 that would be dedicated exactly for that.
Okay.
But the good news is that it still is pretty easy for employees within the location to be able to come out and service. It's a little bit of a walk, but it's nothing that wouldn't be unusual to what they currently do at other locations. So again, in speaking to what Mr. Koja had mentioned about speed of service, much different than a McDonald's or definitely a Portillo's. Those you'll know, obviously have much longer times. And Mr. Corcoran also talked about traffic volumes, anticipated traffic volumes. So it's no different than what you'd see at any other location with one window. But to your point, yes, we would have work with and have the opportunity of having and asking people for those longer orders. Please pull up and we'll bring it out to you.
Because I think, just to expand on that a little bit, if I can, in addition to passenger cars, you'll see like landscape trucks in the summertime pull up with 6 or 7 guys, and they all want coffee, they all want a bagel, and you have breakfast sandwiches as well, I understand.
Right.
So there's going to be some challenges with that.
There are some limitations right off the bat as far as vehicles of a certain height. So you'll see that we have a clearance bar on the site plan. You'll see that we have a clearance bar. In most locations, that's critical to obviously making sure that vehicles don't get damaged and buildings don't get damaged due to those vehicles. So we do have the indicators there to tell people, landscaping trucks, taller vehicles, beware.
Okay. And did I also, just one other thing, did I also read that the drive-through is imperative to the business? And without the drive-through, it doesn't go?
That's yours.
That's absolutely correct. We are so going back to your question earlier about speed, we're in the business of speed. We don't generate revenue unless we are fast. The faster we move cars, the more revenue comes in. So our focus is speed, speed, speed. That being said, that's why I can say we can get a car from the window, from when they order to when they pick up in 80 seconds. We have mechanisms inside the building that, I'm not going to get technical, but they're called hot holding units. So all our sandwiches are made and held in hot holding units. So when you do get a sandwich order, we prep it in 30 seconds and it's out. We have super, super fast turbo. They're called turbo ovens. Turbo Chef makes them. We can toast a bagel in 10 seconds and smear the cream cheese and get it out in 20 seconds. So once again, this thing has been defined by 7,000 stores throughout the country. We don't generate any money by keeping a car there any longer because it's obvious the faster we get out, the more cars we put through, the higher our revenue is. So we are totally aimed to speed and get customers out as fast as possible. And we have all the mechanisms inside the store to make sure that happens. From our POS system, that's, it's not a typical $500 register system. It's a $30,000 POS system that that has everything queued up, ordered, ready to go. So whether it's 2 people working or 5 people working, everyone has headsets on, everyone's on cue, and it's almost like a machine in the morning. And good thing is, someone like me who knows how to operate these things has many drive-throughs. We're very, I could say I have an MBA in drive-through. We're very versed on getting these cars in and out, because the faster we get through, the more revenue we generate for the company.
Okay. Other questions?
I have a couple.
Go ahead.
Okay. One of the things I didn't see referenced, what are your proposed hours of operation?
I believe it's in there, but we were saying 5 a.m. to 11 p.m.
Okay. And then could you do me a favor and go back to specifically show us the signage again, each signage location as proposed?
The drawing that works the best for this, which is zooming all the way out and catching both roadways, is the, if you can see if you can see the mouse and the arrow there. So what we're proposing is having on this apron one of the Dunkin' Donuts signs that'll indicate drive-through. And as Kathy had mentioned, the thought might be to look closer at consolidating the city sign that discusses things like parking. So the final outcome of that sign is yet to be determined, but that would be one of the locations of signs notifying people along the road here and then up here at Westminster. So there's 2 roadway signs. Then I'm going to go to this this plan over here, and that'll indicate some of the signs that are closer to the building. So immediately, what you're going to see is this is a clearance bar. So that bar has a height indicator on there that will let everybody know that if you're hitting this bar, you're more likely going to nail something on the building. So it's a caution. It's obviously when they hit that, they're going to know they're hitting it. With still the ability to pull out of that drive-through lane in the event that they do hit it. Makes no sense to lock them in there once they've hit it, because they can't go anywhere anyway and just create a big bottleneck. So they can know right away that that will be an issue. As you pull forward, the menu board is right here. You're stopped automatically, obviously, to take your order. And then there are a few signs before you proceed that have the indicator of stop. Be sure that there's clear. Now, let me get the exact sign. That might not be on here, but it'll be an indicator of stop pedestrian traffic thoroughfare. So actually that's on both sides of that lane. So it's not just on the drive-through lane, but east where the cross traffic lane is.
Main northern traffic.
Yes, there's
Yeah.
another sign there also on that side, indicating to those people that there's pedestrian traffic also. Then as you exit, there's directional signage to let you know, and not to mention signage to stop people. So it's a 2-sided sign. So it's thank you on one side and no entrance or do not enter on the other, to prevent people from accidentally heading south, coming into the drive-through lane the opposite way.
Okay, thank you. So with the hours of operation, you're going to be open in the darkness and then close in the darkness parts of the season, or parts of the year. Are any of these signs going to be illuminated, and what are the materials of them?
As we are going to work with the Historic Preservation Commission, we're going to work on trying to illuminate some of them. We don't think that we'll get a lot of, we won't get the ability to illuminate them. However, just like with a stop sign, where you can put in, that's why the letters
Materials.
are white.
Yeah.
You can put reflective material within the paint, and the headlights in the evening hours will illuminate that portion of it. Not to mention, what's nice about having the extended canopy is that there's downlights within that canopy. So that will also help illuminate, and it's no different than what's there now. So we're not necessarily adding a lot of foot candles
Okay.
with the site lighting, but we are illuminating those signs as much as we possibly can, and using maybe the reflective paint to for them to be very visible.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Would it be possible for you to put up the renderings that you brought
Sure.
tonight? Can you hear me all right? How's that? That sounds
you go.
better, yeah. You had another rendering actually from another angle. And these, by the way, are in addition to what we were provided with as far as graphic information. And, I want to thank the petitioner for actually supplying an awful lot of stuff for us to look at. I mean, I think that you've done us a good service of giving us
Thank you.
a good idea of what this kind of a tenant requires and what you're proposing. So I wanted to take a moment to do that. It makes our job a little easier, because that's what we're trying to do, is make good decisions and have good judgment. This particular rendering is interesting because it's actually going to help me make a point or pose a question, and maybe a thought for my fellow colleagues up here. This angle actually kind of mimics the angle that the driver, let's say, of that car who is ordering is going to have. He's going to be somewhat preoccupied with ordering his, and my question deals with safety, because I understand a lot of the things that you've tried to do here to accommodate your logistics, and there is a lot of things to juggle. But when we get down to this, I'm kind of concerned with safety of pedestrians in this vehicular stop and start that has like an 8-second interval. The driver of the car at the location of the crosswalk is going to be ordering his food. His head's going to be turned more or less like mine is right now, and he's not going to be looking at these pedestrians for that moment at any rate. And then the minute he gets done ordering, he's usually asked to drive forward or something like that, and then he's going to instinctively take his foot off the brake and start putting it on the accelerator, and he's going to turn his head. And it just seems like there's an awful lot of neural sort of cognitive things are going to happen, and there might just be somebody crossing at that particular point. And I have to commend you, because the delineator is, and it's hard to see on the screen, but on our sets you can see there's several people at this intersection, maybe more than would normally be here.
That's true.
But they even have a young boy running, and he's halfway up the landing. And my point is just, it would really be unfortunate if somebody was to get hit by a car here, just because of the kind of the compound coincidences that could happen. I mean, I don't often see these queuing lines interrupted at mid-length like this with pedestrian crosswalks. I mean, you generally don't walk into a facility like this. If it was just a Dunkin' Donuts, you would have arranged the floor plan to do otherwise. And I know there's a lot of working with historic buildings, but I guess I need a little more feedback from you guys about how safe that is.
If I could, I actually, what I'll bring up two things. We purposely wanted the cars to stop prior to reaching the crosswalk for that reason.
But there's no stop sign there. You have a yield or something to that nature indicated on your plans. Stop signs
No, it says
referred
stop
to.
on there. That sign actually says stop, and then pedestrians are crossing. There's one just to the right of the red car at the window, and then there's another car.
Yeah.
There's another
Okay,
sign.
so you're going to put a stop sign there.
Yes.
That's your. Okay, but
Exactly.
what else what else is
So
there about that?
the other concern that we had was that if a car were to, if they weren't unobstructed and they were to stop right at that crosswalk, the concern would be people having to walk around a car that might be stopped there, and that would create a further safety issue, because you wouldn't anticipate somebody walking in front of your car and or around behind the car. So we wanted to purposely create a cross traffic area. Now we understand that, people are going to be, just coming off the menu board and ordering, but, the understanding is that they are coming from a standstill as opposed to them blocking the lane and having people go around. This wouldn't be any different than, unfortunately, some locations, maybe some Dunkin' Donuts, but I've seen it in Burger Kings, McDonald's, and whatnot, where there's parking on both sides of the building. And you may have a situation where somebody is just coming off of picking up their goods from a drive-through window, and a pedestrian may be coming out of the seating area of the building, and they have to cross over to get to their car. So it's a very similar situation in that, you know, there are times when pedestrian walkways have to cross, you know, a drive-through lane, or for that matter, a traffic lane in general, servicing, you know, parking stalls or whatnot. So we've made a conscious effort to try and, you know, keep the fast-moving traffic to a minimum.
How might we ensure that in times of darkness, because it's going to be open late, that the driver doesn't lose sight of the pedestrian just because it's dark over there and it's light by the train station? So there's that factor too. I'm not trying to be negative. I mean, I spent a lot of time on HPC, and I tried to foster, whenever possible, a lot of variances for some structures and buildings to make them survive the next century. I just want to throw that out for everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To
Thank you
add
for
on-
your answer.
Just to add on to that, there will be lighting out there, and that's another coordination issue with the bike path, because obviously the bike path doesn't want to be kept in the streetlights to a certain darkness, so that's going to help with part of the lighting situation. Again, there's the lights under the canopy that was previously mentioned. Two other things that are really not part of the physical plan is, you know, after they take an order, they can also, you know, thank them for placing the order, and then, you know, say, basically, please look for pedestrians before you pull ahead. So that gives them another, at least audible cue to check for pedestrians before they pull ahead. And the other thing we've been contemplating is, as we get into final engineering, is prior to the crosswalk, put some, I don't want to say the word rumble strip because that's not, but an audio cue in the pavement as they know that they're crossing into the crosswalk too, to again, make them more aware. So there's a couple other little, you know, things that we're also looking at to help, again, further the driver's awareness that they're crossing that walk. Thank you.
Mr. Commissioner, I think the plan as submitted looks fantastic. I think there are a couple concerns. Commissioner Berg's probably can be alleviated by that rumble strip, for lack of a better description. I would also look, you know, the same southeast drive-through elevation concerns me a little bit about, you know, you've got a nice 911 as the second car behind the pickup window. What happens when it's a Hummer? You know, does it extend into the walkway? So I might just ask staff, as you continue your process, to review whether or not we just limit the drive-through window to one vehicle as opposed to two. It may have plenty of clearance, and this may be a little bit of an optical illusion, but, you know, might be worth considering. So that's more of a statement than a question. I apologize, but that's all I have.
Thank you. Lloyd?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I share Commissioner Berg's concern about the crosswalk crossing the queue as well, but I think he's spoken to that. If you could put up a slide that was called site traffic patterns. Yes, thank you. I understand that 4, maybe 6. What happens if you have 12 people in line, 12 cars in line? What happens to the south side of the parking lot?
Well, in essence, then, under this plan, well, first of all, we don't really see that happening, but as for the reasons we described, but obviously then they would have to come into this drive aisle right here. The good news is these parking spaces generally fill up fast early in the morning with the first few trains, so they're not going to interfere with parking, but depending on how that person uses this aisle, obviously there may be a potential blockage to that parking.
It just strikes me that if in the event that there were 10 or 12 cars lined up
Absolutely.
there, you're going to have some serious circulation issues there.
Right.
What happens to the staging area that this area is being used for now with respect to dropping off passengers in the morning or taxis waiting to pick up passengers? or drop off passengers.
Sure. Well, it will basically remain the same with one difference. Well, under, whether this plan goes through or not, and this is kind of the schematic, there's this wide out area. This is where the ATM used to be for the bank. You know, with the bike path, that's going to basically be gone. But we preserve this lane. You know, they can either come here and drop, like they do, drop off here and get right to the boarding, and again, drop off here, and they can get right to the boarding area. Or they can come in here and do the kiss and ride, it's like you usually call that, on this lane, and then continue on.
Don't you think it would be problematic to stop in that drive-through lane to let passengers out at the morning rush?
Yes, that's why they would be, the orange represents the drive-through lane. They would be dropping in this.
No, I understand that, but they still have to stop, and they may have cars behind them trying to move through the parking areas.
Right, but that happens today. Or
Well,
it
not-
happened, it used to happen a lot more when there was the bus.
But there's 2 lanes available for that currently.
Not in
Now,
this area.
now there would be a single lane.
Right.
Okay. I'd like to ask the owner, how many of your 44 stores, I understand there's not going to be any baking conducted on this site, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. How many of your 44 locations don't conduct baking on their site?
None of them do.
So how is the product received or delivered?
It's brought in a basically a little bread truck.
Is it a minivan or is it what's the size of the vehicle?
It's not a minivan. It's a little bit bigger than a minivan.
Right.
But it's not. There's no refrigeration. Noises to a minimal. It's no different than a bread delivery truck.
Okay. And what time would you expect deliveries?
Usually
to be?
between 4 and 5 a.m.
Right.
Well,
And-
it has to be before 5 before we open.
Right. Makes sense. With respect to trash, as the staff report indicates, there's a minimal amount of trash generated at this site now. I suspect, being in the food business, there's going to be substantially more trash generated. Can
Sure.
you give us some kind of concept of how much trash?
On
would you
in
fill
a
a whole
typical,
dumpster, or-
understand this is not a typical store. This is called an alternative point of distribution store.
Right.
It's an APOD. Our typical store is usually 2,000 to 3,000 square feet, doing probably triple the volume that I'm anticipating doing here. Normal trash pickup on a typical store is 3 times a week. Here, I would probably envision twice a week. Trash pickup, depending on how big of yardage of a container we get. We haven't talked about that yet. And depending on how, if business is good, it might be 3 times, depending on how big the yardage we get and where we can place that. I think we have a place where we can place it, so.
Okay, that's helpful, thanks. What time would you expect the trash pickups to take place?
Anytime we want. Obviously, when we pay the bill, they'll come when we want them to come.
Okay. Very good. Staff, I take it the signage is really an issue for HPC, is that?
Yes.
It is, HPC will look at location, number of signs, material, and colors.
Okay, I think that's all I have, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Staff response to any of the testimony, Kathy?
I have nothing to add.
Okay. Okay. Any final questions
Public testimony.
to staff? Yes. Is there anybody here who wishes, from the public, to testify on the Dunkin' Donut? Yes, sir.
Speak to the microphone.
Could you come speak to the microphone, please? Thank you.
My name is Richard Geutner, and I'm the owner of 711 McKinley Road office building directly across and to the east of the railroad station. And I really have 2 questions. One is that doesn't this queuing lane impact on any use, commercial use that the city might want to engage in the south wing of this building, since there's an entry off of the queuing lane. And two is, I think that the petitioner has been very casual about what this trash bin or enclosure is going to look like outside this historic building. That's it.
Okay. Kathy, did you want to comment on that?
Sure. Mr. Goitner is correct. There is a space at the south end of the building right now. I believe it is an office for a taxi company.
Right.
That space, under the plan, would actually have a sidewalk constructed. There is no sidewalk to the door on the east side right now. The pavement goes right up, so there would be a provision. Obviously, it again would be a congestion point, but there's an entrance to that space on the west side of the building from the platform. And then with respect to the trash enclosure, again, it is adjacent to a historic building. The Historic Preservation Commission will look at that. It appears that there's limited space for landscaping, but that is something they would consider and would come back to you with a recommendation.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Just very quickly, please.
I think that the petitioner's comment on the drop-off of passengers or use for the railroad station is very unrealistic. Even today, with 2 lanes through there, it does get congested at times. I only know this because I've been looking out the window of the front of our building for 40-some years. And,
What time of the day does this occur?
well, it would be at rush hour.
Okay. Thank you. Yes.
My name is Art Miller, 169 Wildwood Road. A couple of comments. One thing, just background for you. The city, the federal government, the Metro have been putting about $3 million into this property, or have set it aside to be spent in the coming year. And so this is going to be one of the fanciest Dunkin' Donuts in the 44 and in all of them, with a very elegant structure. And I appreciate the efforts that they've been making. I do have concerns about the traffic. One thing that occurs to me is that as a frequent flyer at my club, Northwestern Memorial Hospital in the city, when you go out of their parking garage, they have a little gate that has to be released before you can go out into where the passing pedestrians are. And it might be possible for some kind of a little gate that the order clerk, as soon as he's taken the order, pushes the gate, and the gate counts to 3, 1, 2, 3, and then goes up so the guy has time to look and focus where he is ahead, and then proceeds. That may be $250,000. I don't know what it costs to do something like that. I hope not. But that might be one way of controlling that crossing there. And since you're a plan commission, I'm just going to ask, how did this happen that this guy's been talking to the city for years? And we also now have a whole bike thing that's been approved to go through that looks like, when we had one plan up there, kind of looks like an aneurysm in a blood vessel. It sort of bulges out, you know. And this is all happening at this one space. It kind of looks like an infarction, you know, sort of. Everything is kind of constrained right there at that point all this traffic is jammed up together. And I don't know if we can go back and revisit that bike path to get any more space, but I do see the possibilities for congestion there, and that is part of it, that they only have a very narrow space left at all to work with. So I think maybe there's room for a moment of prayer among all the people involved in this to think about how they could sort this out. Thank you.
Thank you, Art, for your testimony. I think that the point that you bring up here is something that should be, Kathy, cranked into the consideration. And I have some thoughts and suggestions that I'll make to staff in addition to Art's comments about that pressure point. Okay, seeing nobody else that wishes to testify at this, do you wish to, I'm sorry. Just one quick comment. Sure.
I'll keep this brief. My name's Catherine Briand. I live at 610 Lincoln Avenue in Lake Bluff. One of the commissioners mentioned the fact that there would be a lot of traffic going to the high school. So that means there will be a lot of new drivers going through this drive-through. And to Commissioner's point about the safety aspect, I think that most of us can agree that that means the likelihood of an incident will be increased. Young people do not pay attention, they're distracted. Many times there are other drivers in the car with them. And as someone who has defended my fair share of cases involving cars and pedestrians, I see this as an invitation for some serious liability issues. Obviously, there are going to be a lot of other people, but think of it in terms of the petitioners made a good point that they're in the business of speed, but so are kids who are late for school. So are people who are late for work, and they need their donut and their coffee. So while I think this might be a good use, that is the first thing that I thought of was the accident waiting to happen, as well as people texting while they're walking into the train station or who have little kids in tow. And I would propose a speed bump. If you're going to slow people down, really slow them down. That keeps the car from moving forward at a quick pace. But we know that there are a lot of people who are going to be coming and going and not paying attention to what they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, comments of the commission? Discussion?
Well, I think I'd just like to say that I'm encouraging any tenant that might like to occupy the space. I think that's positive, and I think a coffee shop, donut shop is a perfect enterprise to go into a commuter station. So I'm, really excited about that. And at this particular point, though, I have a lot of reservations about this queuing line drive up. I mean, it kind of monopolizes the front of the building, and maybe we get used to that. But I think when you have this kind of inherent accident waiting to happen, as planners, we can, we have to sift through all the engineering data we're given, and shouldn't happen, and we have lots of signs. But after all, we can't pass the buck on this. We have to think of the safety of our community first.
Thank you. Okay.
Mike, just to maybe add to some of the testimony, the other thing that's going to be happening is after the order is given and you're told to proceed forward, you're looking for money because you've been told what the dollar amount is. So you're looking for money, looking for change. So there's a lot happening there. Like Commissioner Berg said, I think it's a great use for the end of the train station, but the whole queuing, ordering, paying, picking up is concerning a little bit. Mm-hmm. That, and I do think, I'll say it again, I think the volume is a little bit underestimated at some peak times. And maybe a contingency plan as to what happens when they back up. Maybe they just back up and it doesn't hurt anything, because if all those parking spaces are taken anyway, you're really only hurting the people that are turning around to go back south, But anyway, those are a couple concerns.
But there might be parking spaces.
Yeah, right.
On that south side.
Good.
Commissioners, I have no problem putting a speed bump
Good.
right before.
I think you've heard the testimony, and I think that's a lot of food for thought, and I think all of the suggestions have to be taken into
Absolutely.
account as you go back. The staff recommendation is to continue this public hearing and to indicate general support for the Dunkin' Donuts and be refined and then brought back to the commission for action, and three conditions, plus the public testimony that we've heard here. And so I would ask if there's a motion to adopt the staff recommendation.
I'll motion that with a slight change to number 1 there, which is refine the circulation plan, which says prior in the beginning of the queuing lane. I think Commissioner Ziccarelli made a great point about queuing after and parking spaces afterwards, as well as the safety issues that you've heard.
Sure.
Did you catch that, Kathy? Yes. Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, I think there does need to be a contingency plan in the event that there is a 10-car backup, because and I hope there is, frankly, because I want you to succeed, and I want you to have a lot of throughput. But if there are 10 cars waiting, and even if you're moving them at 60 seconds a copy, you're still going to have a 6-minute backup before, or a 5-minute backup before the south end of the lot clears. And at rush hour, that could be a disaster. So I think there needs to be a contingency there. And
Okay.
I echo everyone's comments with respect
Sure.
to crosswalk safety.
So we've got a motion to approve with the two modifications by Commissioner.
I believe it was a
seconded.
motion to continue.
Motion to
Pardon
continue,
me?
right.
Motion to
not
continue?
approve.
Yes.
Any further discussion on the motion?
We'll take the motion to approve, though.
Pardon me?
No, I'm just kidding. I said we'll take the motion to approve.
Thank you. Okay, all those in favor of the motion as revised indicate by saying aye.
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 Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Thank you.
That concludes, a lot of work to be done, sir. Okay, what's the pleasure of the commission? Should we take a 2-3 minute break? Okay, we're gonna take a 2 or 3 minute break, a stretch, before we take up an item that I think is gonna be long on the agenda. Next item before us is a continuation of the public hearing for consideration of a request for approval of amendments to the special use permit and approval of an alternate plan for the development of the northwest corner of the Amberley Woods development. With us tonight is Bill Shiner from Shiner Development. We've got some engineers and the potential tenant representing Whole Foods as well. I would like to suggest the following procedure: to have a no more than 15, 20-minute presentation of the petitioner, skip all of the other steps in between and go right to the public hearing. And I've got those of you who've already registered and wish to testify, I've got a list. I'll take it in the order, and we'll proceed accordingly. And then we can have discussions among the commission after the public testimony. Okay? So I think, Mr. Shiner, would you like to start the presentation?
Sure. Thank you, Commissioners. We really appreciate it. What's interesting, 31 years ago this week, it was my first Plan Commission. And one of the things that's interesting to me is that things never change. People in their communities are really proud of what they do, where they live, rather. They're also proud of what they do, but where they live, they're proud of their communities, and obviously by the interest generated by our development or proposed development. Lake Forest has an interest, and I think it's a great thing. I think it says a lot about the community, and I think it says a lot about who and what Lake Forest is, and that's why we're here, and that's why Whole Foods would like to be part of the development and be part of the Lake Forest community. You know, I kind of briefly mentioned, I know we have 15 minutes, so I've cut this down dramatically, but you know, everyone's got a balanced interest. The communities, this board has a fiduciary obligation to balance the community's interest, the immediate neighbor's interest, the economic interest of the community, and the findings of fact by the staff. And Kathy and the staff has just been great in helping us get to this point. And we as a developer have, you know, very similar interests, only different fiduciary obligations. First and foremost, we have to take into consideration what the neighbors and the immediate impact is. We certainly have to take into account the community standards and needs. We're not here without Whole Foods, and Scott Salisbury is here and not Michael Bashaw, and we need to take into account their interests and obviously our interest on an economic basis, which is probably, for the Plan Commission, the least important part of this. But I also know what it's like to be in front of a board and an issue that's important to the community. I served on the school board in my district, in the junior high and grammar school board. I was also president for 4 years. And I made a lot of votes and a lot of issues that where you had away everyone's interests. And a lot of times we took votes that the perfect outcome wasn't there, but it was the best for everyone involved. And that's what we're trying to get to. And as a developer, one of the best things that this community did is we had an informational Plan Commission meeting a few months ago. Some of you may have been here. The Plan Commissioners obviously were. And what we think we are as developers, we can't solve everyone's issues. We can't solve all the issues that are part of the development. But what we certainly can do is we can listen, and I think what you'll find tonight is that, in fact, we did listen and try to either solve or answer, in those issues we can't, a lot of the concerns that were raised by the community in the last time we were here. And so in light of this, the staff report covered a lot of the issues, and the staff report is something that Kathy Cerniak, the Director of Planning for Lake Forest, presented to the Plan Commission as like a finding of facts. And so we're going to go through that in a way that answers a lot of the questions and concerns that both staff has, both the Plan Commission has, and some of the issues and concerns that the residents of Lake Forest that we think you have. And so there are a lot of issues raised. I'm gonna deal with the setback issue, and I'll explain that in a second. We have our engineers who are going to discuss detention. We've got our traffic engineer who is going to discuss that. They're going to introduce themselves. Sam Aiken's going to talk about cut-through traffic because that was an issue, and we're also going to talk about the intersection. And believe me, we heard a lot of the comments last time for those who were there. The first thing that you have to understand is we're requesting a variance. There's a setback on the property for 150 feet, and we are seeking a variance to that setback. And there was a comment within the staff comments that said our site was tight, and by that it was overutilized. And as a result, if you take into combination the comment that our site is too tight and it's overutilized with the setbacks, and you can see up there as to what we're developing. What we have on this site is a 71,000 square foot shopping center on 8.5 acres. Our floor area ratio, which I'll explain in a second, is 18.5%. And that is the amount of building area towards the amount of total land area. So we're absorbing 18.5%. Our parking spaces are 5.1 per thousand. As a comparison, there are two recent developments in Lake Forest that have been approved. And by recent, it depends what your time frame is, but the Sunset Foods development on Waukegan Road and the development across the street with Starbucks. Just to give you a comparison as to what FAR is and what utilization of land is. The Sunset Foods development is on 6.5 acres. We're on 6.3 acres. We're on 8.5 acres. We will have the identical amount of square footage. In our industry, the standard absorption rate, or FAR, is about 25% building to land area. We're at 18.5%. Across the street, in the development, that's 2.21 acres, or approximately 99,000 square feet. The developer built 52,000 square feet, or an absorption of about 52%. That is slightly, and I want to amend that a little bit because in that development there was underground parking. If you take into account the underground parking as if it was surface parking, then the FAR of that development is 36%. So when we designed this development, we knew that Lake Forest would never approve or feel comfortable with a standard development of 25%. We also knew for sure that we weren't going to present a development that would have approximately 36% floor area ratio building to land area. So the Sunset Foods development has the same amount of building, yet it's 33% smaller in land area. So we've underutilized the total land area to try to make it appropriate for what we think Lake Forest would want. I think the other thing that you have to understand is that this is not a vacant piece of land with no approval on it. What's approved on this site is 2 office buildings of 44,000 and change apiece for a total of 88,000 square feet, plus an 11,000 foot restaurant, which was theoretically going to be used as part of the house. So the overall absorption that's approved on this site, and we'll show later that from a traffic standpoint, in fact, it's a better condition than what's already approved, is the fact that we are actually, I gotta do the math in my head, 88,011, 99,000 square feet versus 71,000 square feet. So we have reduced the size of the development by 28,000 square feet. And so, and that's what's approved on the site. And so that's what's the existing approval versus what we're doing. And in terms of the setback, the other thing you have to understand about the approval. Sam, could you go to the overall, keep going, we'll go to the sales tax. If you notice on this site plan, and now I've got to learn how to use a laser pointer, this is our development right here. This is the Opus development. This is the office building across the street. These are the condo buildings, and I don't know the name of that office project, so I apologize for that. But you can see from a scale standpoint, and this is done to scale, that reference to the additional buildings, that we really are smaller than any other projects. Now, the difference is the 150-foot setback. Well, if you notice what's approved, this condo building that's next door is 45 feet high. The Whole Foods is approximately the same size. That proposed Whole Foods is 373 feet from the intersection. The approved plan puts 2 office buildings the same height as the Whole Foods, 150 feet off the street. So the building is 220 feet further back. And what do we replace it with? Well, the original plan that we had at the last plan commission, because people were concerned about the massing, we reduced the building heights of the 2 outlots from 36 feet to 26 feet. And Peter Theodore, in a few minutes, is going to go into what it's going to look like from a streetscape. But at the end of the day, we have a building 26 feet that's 6,000 feet, close to the corner and close to the street, versus 2 buildings massed at 45 feet in height, 150 feet away. So you'd have approximately this building at the same distance from the street. And so, you'll get a feel for that, because in the presentation going forward, you're going to see what the streetscape is going to look like. It's going to be handled by our architect. A couple other issues that came up that I'm going to deal with. Site lighting. There was real concern that site lighting was going to be a problem. We talked to all the office buildings in the area. All the office buildings have their parking lot lighting on from dusk to dawn. In retail, we don't do that. In fact, the situation will be better. It's typically an hour to an hour and a half after closing for security reasons and for when people are done working. We will not have the parking lot lights on as long as the approved office project. Another concern that was raised was Whole Foods. Would they be here a long time? Scott can answer this question directly, but Whole Foods has never closed a store that they've developed in the entire history of their existence. So it's setback lighting. And now we'll just go to economics. Although economics is not a purview of the Plan Commission, just to give you a sense, we've made some changes to this based on what we know. The city in the first year will generate $643,000 in revenue. The school districts will generate $125,000. What's not included in this is the permit fees, which could range anywhere from $100,000 to $300,000 on a one-time basis. Over the next 20 years, at a minimum, it's going to generate $15 or $16 million for the city of Lake Forest. We got these numbers so you know. We took the Whole Food sales off the average sales on their 10K, which is their annual report. We wanted to be conservative. We took the small shop sales off the 2008 ICSC, International Council of Shopping Centers, estimate of small shop sales generation. And we did it in 2008 because we felt that was the most conservative that we could do. We didn't take into account inflation. We didn't take into account post-recession sales. And the number was still to what we thought was an outstanding number, so that's what we're providing. I want to introduce Sam Ankin, who's now going to continue this, and what you'll see is answers to traffic, answers to detention, and answers to some of the architectural streetscapes, so you get a feel for that.
Thank you. Thank you again. Oh no, you can leave that there, that's fine. Just real quickly before we bring our architect Peter Theodore up to talk about the streetscape and the design, we just want to address some of the comments on the trees on the site. And obviously in the staff report, it talked about the trees that would be removed. But we just want to make sure that we can point out that the overall site was approved as a 38.6 acre development. And as part of that development, there was a conscious effort to create and maintain tree preservation areas. And those are throughout the site. And one of the major ones is in the rear of where the historic house is. And through our site design, we really took a lot of care and a lot of time to increase the setbacks to the rear of where the Whole Foods would be, making sure that we didn't have curbing up across where that tree preservation area was and damage any of the heritage trees or the significant tree growth that really buffers what was going to be the commercial project from the courtyard homes. There will be some trees that are going to be removed that were part of a tree preservation area around the historic home if we are approved. In addition, trees that would be part of the current berm that's there. One quick thing to point out, just if you're standing at the intersection and looking into the site, the large layer of trees that make up this L shape, what was approved, which was part of the approved development, that's where the office buildings were going to go. So as much as you look at the site now and it is dense from trees, that whole L-shaped area was exactly where the office buildings were going to go. So we just wanted to point that out. But we did take a lot of time in terms of designing the streetscape. I'd like to bring Peter Theodore up to talk about that in detail.
Good evening. Over 200 hours went into generating the renderings that you're going to see tonight, which give you a snapshot of how we enhanced the development based on the neighbors' review and the board's comments. Right off the bat in this picture, you see that we're surrounded by 3- and 4-story buildings. And if you're truly honest about the height of those buildings, it's closer to 4 and 5 stories when you consider the penthouse. We're 1 story. As Bill said, our building's 26 feet on the retail shops, and the vast majority of the Whole Foods is equal in height, with the only part of that building extending higher at the entry. Extensive landscaping occurs in our parking lot, and as a comparison between our adjacent neighbors, we went above and beyond and complemented the interior of the parking lot, unlike the office building lots, and also included landscaping along the periphery and up against the building. So landscaping becomes an organic part of our development. It's incorporated into the architecture, and it's part of the flavor of the development. The next shot brings us in closer so you can see that we were very cognizant of how we use landscaping in and around the buildings, how we created a gateway feature at the corner. In fact, when we look at the corner and we consider the size of that parcel, we tend to lose sight of how big that actually is. It's approximately a half an acre of landscaping with stepstone, landstone terraces, specimen trees, a greater selection of landscaping, including deciduous and evergreen material. We heard from the neighbors that the landscaping needed to be stepped up, and we made special attention to the corner so that that landscaping would mitigate the buildings and work in harmony with them. Next shot. These renderings represent now the reduced height in the outlot buildings as well as the Whole Foods. They also show the rolling berms, the additional deciduous and evergreen trees along Route 60, and you start to see that as these trees are maturing, the buildings become one with them and are substantially blocked by them. The next one. Here, great attention was given to the corner, considering that this is a gateway feature, the step landstone terraces, the plantings, which are comprised of perennial grasses, evergreens, and an assortment of different materials, will work to create this open area, virtually a half an acre again, and complement the buildings. Now when you start to look at the specimen trees that we've added to this plan versus the prior plan, you can see that the buildings, the size, the scale, the streetscape all work in harmony with each other. I go back to this shot because staff had requested us to create a massing model so that you could get a contextual view of how this building related to its adjacent neighbors. A few things become noticeable immediately: height and scale, mass and density, landscaping, and architectural character. Unlike our neighbors on the three quadrants around us, we drew from the neighborhood, from Christ Church, and from Conway Farms. Everything on our buildings, it could be found within the community, within the residential flavor of the neighborhood, and those features make up our development, and we're trying to be sincere to what's around us. This gives you a perfect example of how we feel we've addressed the massing and density relative to the parcel. The last shot that I created was a ground view so that you can get an actual perspective, real-time shot of what you would see driving down Route 60 looking at the gateway feature. I think you can see from this shot the terrace plantings, the gardens, the gateway, and the buildings all move in a very organic, free-form way, and the image or the impact of those buildings on the site are mitigated by the trees. I quickly want to run through some numbers while we're here as we discuss landscaping a little bit further. The site is approximately 370,000 square feet. The corner features approximately 20,000 plus square feet. When you consider that approximately 124,000 square feet, or 1/3 of the site, is given up to green and pervious area, it's enormous. I've been involved in over 1,000 shopping centers, and I have to say that this is probably the first where 1/3 of the site is given up to green, and the loss of building occurs because of that. Bill explained this in great detail, but I thought that these numbers were very telling. I actually went through the parking lot, calculated every green space, looked at the permeable pavers, factored that into the equation, and the numbers do not lie. 124,000 square feet of pervious area is what you'll be left with when you factor in the buildings. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike Black.
Good evening. Last time when we were here, we did not speak about drainage because we were focused more on just presenting some of the broader ideas of the project. So tonight I would like to speak to drainage and address some of the comments and concerns that were brought up at the last meeting. We were involved with the project when it was approved in 2006 and also through the construction of the project in 2007. And the stormwater detention for this subdivision is handled on the east side of the property, and that's the low end of the site. And there's 2 ponds over here. It really functions as one pond. There's a pipe connecting the two underneath the roadway. It's really one large pond, and all of our drainage from the site, including the corner that we're talking about tonight, are directed to that detention basin. So we have a storm sewer system in Amberley Court. It brings water down and dumps it into this south pond. Just to give you an idea, there's a 30-inch storm sewer that discharges into the pond here. We've got a 12-inch coming in on this side, and then I think there's an 18 from the condominium development. In addition to that, there's off-site drainage from the south, which is feeding a wetland here. This wetland was a wetland that connected all the way through here. It was a core jurisdictional wetland, and so that was taken into consideration in the planning of this subdivision. So there's an off-site area that drains onto the site here and into our pond as well. On this site up here, there was a 24-inch storm sewer stubbed to the property, to this parcel, to handle the drainage. So all of our storm sewer and drainage comes down to this pond. There's a release structure right here. And so we've got these large pipes dumping into this pond, and there's a structure there with a steel plate in it and an opening in that plate that all the water has to get through. So for this more frequent storms, it's a 6-inch by 15-inch window. We're trying to get all that water through. And for the larger storms, there's a bigger opening up higher on that plate. So what happens is we send all this water to the pond. It can't get out quick enough, so it starts to rise, and it fills up, and when the water stops, it goes down at a controlled rate, and that's what it's supposed to do. So I know last time we had one of the neighbors question that they felt like we were getting flooded because the pond was coming up, but that's what it's designed to do. In addition to that, we have the wetlands over here that they're wetlands, and they do hold water, and that's their function. And also there was a wetland mitigation site done on site here as well. There isn't some additional.
Could you conclude your
remarks? Okay, so there is a little bit of detention required for the development. It's being handled through permeable pavements and a minor adjustment to the release structure in the detention basin, but there's not any grading or expansion of the pond needed.
Thank you.
Can we take 5 minutes just to talk about traffic? It was probably the biggest issue that was raised.
How about 4?
Okay. Well, all right. Thank you.
I appreciate it, and we'll go through this as quickly as possible, and then maybe we'll have an opportunity to answer some questions if
I'm
there's,
sure there'll be
you know,
many.
to respond. So, in advance of the December Plan Commission, we spent a lot of time looking at traffic, and I'll focus on what is perceived as the cut-through traffic issue. We'll cut through traffic issue first. When we originally looked at it, just from a history, the Amberley Court, which is in between Conway Farms Drive and Sanders Road, is a private road. It's intended for private use and have access to municipal vehicles, police, fire, health, and safety. Obviously, there is the public does use that road, and we're obviously cognizant of it. So we spent a lot of time and effort in looking at the potential for cut-through traffic on that road and what that would look like. In advance of the December meeting, our feeling was, after talking to the single-family home developer, the potential developer of the condo building, and other members, that a majority of the traffic coming through this road would come from the surrounding communities, maybe a little bit south of Everett. And there would be an increased amount of traffic, and the residents, the single-family home developer and the other developer understood that, but it wasn't going to be significant and material. Our consultant verified that. There was also talk with the city's consultant, and the circuitous nature of Conway Farms Drive, everyone felt would alleviate any cut-through traffic. We obviously came to the December Plan Commission meeting, and we heard loud and clear that necessarily wasn't the case, and there was a lot of concern from the neighboring residents, not only of Conway Farms, but of the neighboring communities in a whole, that there was a significant cut-through issue. We looked at numerous options over the last 2 months. It was really one of our main focuses. The staff report contains 4 of those options, and I'm just really briefly going to go through the pros and cons of those options and where we stand today. One of the options was to turn Amberley Court from a private road into a public road. To be honest, the pro of that would just be that the maintenance obligation of the road would no longer be part of Amberley Woods. It would be it would go to the city. But in terms of alleviating any cut-through traffic issues, it wouldn't solve anything. And to that same point, I think the city staff report, it's not possible based on the design. So the other option was to leave it open as is, with the understanding that we've talked to a majority of, it is a private road, so it is controlled by the Master Association. So when we've talked to the Master Association, a majority of the Master Association does understand that there will be an increase in traffic to that road, but they feel that they're comfortable with that, and then we'll leave it open. To that point, that's still our recommendation, because we think, to a large extent, a lot of the residents that are part of Amberley Woods, there was always the necessity to have access to Sanders. That was part of the original proposal. And to make the residents of Amberley Woods, of our Master Association, go out to Conway Farm Drive, make 2 lefts, isn't what they bargained for, and I don't believe the majority of the association desires that. So to go back, so the 2 other options we talked about were to actually terminate the road in a cul-de-sac fashion. So we studied terminating the road, and to be honest, we met with the Master Association, the majority of the Master Association, to talk about terminating the road. One fact, we can't unilaterally, nor could the city. It's a private road, and the connections between 2 private owners. There needs to be a supermajority of the Master Association to terminate that road. And just the fact of the matter is, because of the comments that I previously mentioned of the interest of the single-family home developer, a majority of the other residents, to continue to have access to Sanders Road, to continue to have access, hopefully, to the shopping center and Whole Foods, terminating the road is just not an option. And to be honest, we don't have the approval to do it. The Master Association will not support the termination of the road. When we did look at it, it would significantly cut into the trees. It would be a large cul-de-sac to make room for vehicles. So when we presented that plan and talked about it with the majority of the Master Association, it did not meet support, it did not meet approval. So to be honest, it's just not a practical solution for us. What we did recommend, and what we did work with, to some extent, city staff, and we did work with the Master Association, is come up with a solution that would maintain the access to the residents of Amberley Woods Master Association to the Whole Foods development, to Sanders Road, but at the same time stop any cut-through traffic, stop the increased traffic through the Stonebridge community, and stop the increased traffic of people cutting through Conway Farms Drive that would then actually get a shortcut by avoiding the lights on 60. And the recommendation that we came up with was a gate that would be 100% constructed by us, the commercial developer, and 100% maintained into perpetuity by the commercial developer, and would be at that site. Again, we'll run through questions, and I'll let Bill conclude quickly, but again, we spent a lot of time landscaping and designing and the functionality and showing that the gate actually is a good option.
I'm just going to conclude with one thing about traffic real quick, because we'll go to questions. To take Everett Road down Waukegan 260 was in fact over 3 minutes shorter than cutting through on Everett Road. The concern raised by Commissioner Ziccarelli was, well, yeah, but that wouldn't be true if you could cut through Amberley, because you would avoid the 2 lights. And so what we've done is we've made sure nobody, with the exception of the residents within Amberley, can cut through. And therefore, it would be a 3 to 4 minute differential in good traffic and during rush hour to take Everett and cut through versus taking Waukegan Road. We'll open it up for questions, and thank you very much for listening, and thank you for coming out.
Thank you very much. We're going to suspend the rules to go right to the public hearing, and we'll come back to the questions after the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Good. Okay, would all of those who would like to testify, who either have submitted appearance slips or have not but still wish to testify, would you please stand, please? I want to swear you in. Okay. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge? Thank you very much. Okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to call on the first person, and then I'm going to indicate who's on deck and who will testify afterwards so that you're ready. We can save some time going up and back. The first person is Linda Liang, 75 South Asbury Court. And then on deck is Sissy Capola. Do I have that right? Okay.
That's what I get for putting mine in last. I'm going to speak for myself personally today, and I've loved Lake Forest ever since I was 11. And I like its peaceful and beautiful nature and its historical architecture. I feel strongly that the new plan is substantially different and should not be approved. Here's why. They're removing many trees in a historic mansion, which they were not going to do before, especially the trees along Route 60. I did not see the historic preservation report by Susan Benjamin, which would be helpful. And also about the 150 feet setback, it changes the character of the whole development not to have that. What you see is this big building from the road, despite the trees they're going to put in. And if you remember the site plan slide they showed, most of what is shown is a giant parking lot. The initial plan proposed an underground parking lot. I believe that would be much more beautiful, and we could retain the setback like they had originally proposed. The architecture of the buildings is not in keeping with Lake Forest. Yes, it's wood frame, but it doesn't look anything like the Conway Farms clubhouse, which has cornices and looks like a house that could have been there in the 1920s. This is a big, flat building with giant picture windows that is not in keeping with the architecture of Amberley Woods or Lake Forest. Most people are retired in the area, and I feel like the noise, the trucks, and the lights will be detrimental. Flooding is a big issue, and I'm sure more people are going to mention things about that, so I'll bypass that. I would like the plan not to be approved because I want to retain the trees and the historic home. Parking should be underground, maintain the 160-foot setback, and the pond retention should be shared with the developer. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Sissy Capola, and then next up will be Richard Ernest after Sissy.
I am Sissy Capola. My husband and I have lived at Amberley Woods for 3.5 years.
Ma'am, would you speak into the mic,
Oh,
please?
sorry.
Thank you.
Should I start over? No. Okay. We have lived at Amberley Woods for 3.5 years and in Lake Forest for 20 years. 15 of those years I have worked in downtown Lake Forest. I'm going to highlight the reasons my husband and I are opposed to the Whole Foods project. We are most concerned about several areas. First, the destruction of the mansion, hundreds of trees, and the berm along Route 60 from Saunders Road to the Amberley Woods condominiums lot line. We believe this would be detrimental to the original character of the Amberley Woods development. Second, there is no planned buffer, i.e. berm, landscaping, fence, etc., between the east lot line of the proposed project and the west lot line of the Amberley Woods condominiums. This is where the proposed right-in, right-out, entrance, exit, off of and onto Route 60 would run, causing a considerable amount of traffic, noise, and security risks. In contrast, directly east and north of Sunset Foods, a large berm with mature landscaping is in place. Third, the new buzzword is walkability. I am sure most people would find it very difficult to walk home with a week's worth of groceries, let alone 2 feet of snow on the ground and below zero temperatures. If I wanted to walk to a grocery store, I would have purchased an in-town condominium. Fourth, Amberley Court is a small private road and was not designed for cut-through traffic. If the project is approved, and I hope it isn't, the west end of Amberley Court should be enclosed with a cul-de-sac. Fifth, the hours of Whole Foods stores are 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., 7 days a week, which is unacceptable in a residential, and I stress, residential neighborhood. Sixth, are there any restrictions to stop fast food restaurants such as Taco Bell or Kentucky Fried Chicken from becoming part of this shopping center? Seventh, does the Plan Commission really want to set precedent by amending the special use permit? And does the commission believe Lake Forest residents will support another large grocery store when we already have a Jewel, Fresh Market, Sunset Foods, and Costco across the toll road? What will happen to those businesses if Whole Foods opens? Will another East Side store close? Eighth, Saunders Road at Route 60 is the gateway to Lake Forest and recently was beautified for the BMW golf tournament. A lot of time, effort, and funds were contributed in this beautification project. In contrast, if the shopping mall is approved, one might think they took a wrong turn and are in Vernon Hills. To conclude, if my husband and I had known the property west of us was going to have a big box store on it, we would have never purchased a condominium at Amberley Woods. Now we are faced with the distinct possibility of our property values decreasing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Richard Ernest, and then following Mr. Ernest will be Jim Diamond.
My name's Richard Ernest. I reside at 1800 Amberley Court, and I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of the Amberley Woods Condominium Association. I am its treasurer. Our president and our secretary will also be speaking this evening. We are the building immediately most impacted with 45 unit owners. The predominance of our unit owners are longtime Lake Foresters, often downsizers like myself. We all bought in there with the full knowledge that this was a commercial parcel. Kathy Cerniak's predecessor was Chuck Crook, and Chuck Crook taught all of us as aldermen in the past about transitional zoning. And clearly, this is a fair attempt at transitional zoning from commercial to a condominium building, tight smaller single-family homes, and then the larger development to our east and south. What always happens is that you get complications with that transitional zoning because you often don't have the perfect plan to execute from the ground up. This is actually a fairly good attempt at it. What we found is that the transition of the main circular building you see in the lower left-hand corner of the property was immediately adjacent to a lot of estates that were on the west part of Lake Forest in a very quiet area and very established. And so to compromise that lack of ability to create the transitional zoning, a gate was put across Sanders that permanently closed it. That is a very significant precedent, I think, as a solution to a transitional zoning problem. What we're seeing here now is the complication of a private road. Clearly, the developer is cognizant that there will be cut-through traffic. The concern of the residents of Amberley is that we absorb the cost of maintaining that road, as it is private. The condominium building you see in that picture on the lower right quadrant is our building. There is another sister building to go right next to it. We currently are 30% of the master association, and we fund 30% of those costs. We have a master association, then we have a condominium association that's part of the master. So there's two associations involved. So what we feel, and we all bought in their understanding that we could access both Sanders Road and Conway Farms Road. We had a poll of our owners to speak at this meeting, and our president will speak to the overall feeling of the building. I am to speak only to the gate concept and the private road. The gate was overwhelmingly endorsed. by the members of our condominium. And I think that's rather significant. I think with the precedent to the south helping that transition of that curved office building, I think the precedent has been established here to assist with a gate, an operational gate, for those residents with the peculiar twist of having a private road as the access. And I think it's the perfect compromise, and I think it achieves the best we can. Like I said, our 45 unit owners are wholly in favor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Diamond? Following Mr. Diamond will be Eileen Weber.
Members, my name is Jim Diamond. I live at 1800 Amberley Court, and I am the president of the Condo Association. Our condo represents 45 of the 47 homeowners who live there right now. We are contiguous with the proposed project. The majority of our homeowners support and welcome the plan and support the gate concept. That being said, we all have concerns that we hope will be addressed. I think a lot of people here tonight are hitting on all those issues. We have the same feelings. Engineering of the property for proper water drainage, the manner in which the parking lot will be lit to avoid light shining in our windows. The gate leading into Amberley Woods, which is critical. We have a private street that we maintain ourselves. The style, upkeep, and importance will be discussed, or has been discussed by Richard Ernest, our also board of director. Aesthetics of the entire development, which is very important to us. Noise from deliveries and or possible drive-through windows of outlet buildings. We hope the approval winds through the city. We hope as it winds through the city that we be kept informed of these issues. And number two, advised of any changes. The developer Shiner Group has told us that they will work with us on all of our issues. These are all critical to us to maintain and enhance our property values. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diamond.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Eileen Weber. I'm a homeowner at 1800 Amberley Court, and I serve as secretary on the board. I'm also past president. As my fellow board members have mentioned, some of the concerns and some of the benefits to this proposed property, I'm going to speak on behalf of the condominium association in terms of landscaping and aesthetics. I did send a personal letter, which you should have included in your packet, so I won't touch on those items tonight. In terms of the landscaping and aesthetics, one of the highlights to having this 50-foot setback is you pull into this beautiful, colorful, landscaped area that welcomes you into Lake Forest. Some may not agree to that. One of the concerns we have, though, is the berming and trees and native plantings along of our parcel. Walkability. Living in a condo lifestyle, there are many people who live there. I moved in as a single that would love to have a restaurant and other outlet buildings that you could dine at or frequent, spend your tax dollars in Lake Forest, nice and convenient. But we do have a concern. We do have a concern about lighting. We think there should be some sort of berm put in as well. We talked about the egress and ingress there along the property line. And I think part of the plan should include a minimum of a 5-year guarantee on these plantings. As someone who faces the north side of the building, Route 60, I've noticed over the last 6 years that we've been there, the black walnut trees are slowly passing away. And so our condominium association is addressing that barrier. And I think landscape barriers can be a real key point to really honing in on some of the challenges and benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Arthur Miller. Sorry, Art, I didn't cue you up. Following him will be Gail Hodges.
Very briefly, Art Miller, 169 Wildwood Road. One of the things that was brought up earlier in the discussion was that this is the analogy of this particular parcel to the Sunset Foods parcel in the neighborhood that it's in. I think it's important to realize that the character, the harmony of that neighborhood where that is, the Everett Road, Waukegan Road junction is an historic commercial community that's had parking close to the street at least since 1972 when I got to town. Goes back earlier. There was a Calico Corners shopping center. There have always been things with parking close to the street. So I think that they were doing something that was actually harmonious and consistent with what was the pattern in that neighborhood, in that community. If you look at this is like the Sesame Street program. Which of these things is not like the others? This is, if you look, there are no other, until you get to Sanders Road from the east, there are no other parking lots like that close to the road, and certainly not screened the way we've seen them sparingly in the landscape views that came up. I could see something that would maybe be much more aggressively blocking out completely parts of the view and then having windows into where you could see where there were the stores. But I think having something where you can see through all the trees and see the store is totally out of character to this particular part of town. Maybe right next to the tollway is one thing, but on that side of the Saunders Road, it's an entirely different character. I will speak to the history of the building. There was going to be a country club north of that. The Melody Farm Country Club was all set to go just before the 1929 crash. Thank God we never have any panics like that anymore. And it doesn't affect our economy. But in that case, the country club was never built, so more houses around there didn't. But that's the only one that was on the south side of the road that was part of that concept of a country club atmosphere out there. We have very few cues along there to what this was actually like, this community in that period, which was pretty unique. I am not clear on why we can't, since there's going to be other little things in here, banks, restaurants, outbuildings, or outlets they're called, why one of those can't be that building, why this has to be configured that way, why the parking can't go under the building and still protect the original historic building that's a Tudor-style place, and then maybe pick up on some of that architecture for what's to be used here. And I think the idea of underground parking is much more satisfactory and would allow for more of a barrier at the street. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Following Ms. Hodges will be Dr. Ross Landsman.
Good evening. I'm Gail Hodges. I live at 1257 West Deerpath, and I'm sorry I'm losing my voice a bit. I'd just like to speak to a couple of points. First, candidly, what bothers me most about this entire proposal is the request for total revision of the conditions of approval. Two of those are particularly troubling. First of all, the original required a 150-foot setback on the north for consistency with the vision for the Route 60 corridor. With compatibility with Lake Forest's historic development, we've always tried to emulate the city in the park. Right from the beginning, many of our ordinances are based on that original concept from the Hotchkiss plan. Even though this is west, we tried to do that when this was originally prepared. A 25-foot setback is inconsistent with the vision for the corridor and for the subdivision as it was originally set up. The other is that there is a condition for adaptive reuse of the landmark mansion and its surrounding mature landscape. This is something that will come before the Historic Preservation Commission. There is no evidence in the petition of what the developer went through to prove that that was an unusable building. That will be a requirement at the HPC level, and I think it should be taken very seriously. We need to see what alternatives were considered, why they were unacceptable, and what can be done in the future with that condition. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Dr. Landsman will be Jim Sieber. Or Cyber, excuse me.
Good evening. My name is Ross Landsman. I live in Stonebridge, which is directly east of the Amberley Woods of development. They seem to fail to mention, you have to excuse me, I had to rewrite this. I tried to get all this information before, but I just heard a lot of stuff here that I couldn't get from the office. They just failed to mention they're going to change the outfall to their 2 ponds. They failed to mention that they're dumping into R3 ponds, which has overflowed numerous times this year. Matter of fact, we reached a high water mark once. It almost dumped into Route 60 already once this year, because our original ponds were never designed to take the flow from Emily Woods correctly. They were, this is off the cuff, they were talking about a 24-inch outlet going from their ponds, right, under Conway Farms Road into our pond. They failed to mention we have an 8-inch restrictor hole coming out of our ponds into the main storm sewer on Route 60. So their 24-inch outlet is now coming into my pond. By the way, I'm in the homeowners association so much. I take care of the ponds and the landscaping, so I happen to know our ponds are always flooded. And we spend a lot of money taking care of them. So we have fish and stuff. We spend a lot of money on the ecology. We've always been fighting with the city and with Amberley Woods. They don't take care of their ponds, so they're dumping all their raw stormwater into our pond all the time. I don't understand why first you can't have them connect right to the storm sewer. Why do they have to dump into our ponds first? They're right by the road. They could dump right into the main storm sewer on Route 60 and bypass our ponds and keep our ponds from overflowing all the time. That was just on the side. What I just heard, they were going to change the outlet because the detention pond wasn't designed for all that extra water from the shopping center. Now let me go on what I sort of had prepared, okay? Lake County Watershed Development Ordinance, which the city of Lake Forest has adopted in its entirety in your ordinances, requires Article 4B1H1 that for any new developments with parking lots exceeding 25 stalls and also with discharging to an adjoining property, I should have brought it up on to show you the word for word, that provisions for hydrocarbon removal be made, water quality standards be met, and runoff volume reduction be made. I didn't hear anything from the presentation that they're going to stop all this extra water from coming into my ponds, which are overflowing as they are from Amberley Woods. These have not been addressed by the petitioner or your watershed enforcement officer, who I tried to talk to today, but I couldn't get him on the phone. Lake County Watershed gave the city of Lake Forest, they're in charge of your watershed area, so you have your own enforcement officer, which I tried to talk to and I couldn't. Let me quote from the staff's, which I just got this evening, that's why it might sound a little cute. It's on page 7 of the staff's recommendation. Portions of the parking lot will be surfaced with pervious pavers and will allow some percolation and storage of stormwater. The majority, I quote, majority, of the stormwater will be diverted to the south and into the existing stormwater sewer in Amberley Court, my ponds. The stormwater from the site will be directed to the existing ponds along Conway Farms Drive, which were sized to accommodate the overall development of the Amberley Woods development as originally approved. They were never sized to take all that flow. I've been talking to the city. I've lived there 8 years since we originally moved in 2005. We've always had water problems there. Let me just continue quoting from the staff. Although the amount of impervious surface now proposed for the commercial parcel is greater than that it would have resulted from the Office of Development. So we got more hardscape than we would have had with the office development. The information provided by the petitioner's engineer indicates that with modification of the outlet structure, which they talked about, that's the outlet into my ponds, the detention volume will exceed the previously anticipated in the conceptual plans for the office site. So they're telling us they're not retaining anything, they're dumping more water into their ponds. It says it right here in black and white, which now comes into my ponds, which can't handle the existing water as it is. Okay, now let me summarize a little bit. Now, that's the staff. So the staff recommendation, one of the lines in the staff recommendation is, the city engineers have verified the plans meet all applicable regulations and cause no negative off-site impacts. Well, they are. They're impacting us all the time, and they're going to impact us a lot more. Okay. In summary, the ponds were never sized adequately to accommodate the Amberley Woods development. We have had adverse effects to our stormwater retention ponds ever since Amberley Woods was built. We have a waterfall on the west end of our property now coming from Amberley Woods as it is during a normal rain. And people have talked about the flooding on the north side of their condo. That dumps into my pond, a waterfall, every time it rains.
Could you wrap up your remarks, please?
I'm sorry. Okay, I said that. Okay, sorry. Okay, that's really it. If you want me to stop, I think I covered the main points that I want to say. Okay.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Yeah, I would ask that from here on out that all speakers be allowed to speak without applause or criticism. Thank you. Following Mr. Sieber will be Roman Frid, I think it says.
Hello, Commission. My name is Jim Sieber. I live on South Berkshire Drive, which is approximately across the street from Conway Farms Golf Course. So I'm a little bit east and south of where the proposed project is. I have two major concerns, and the first one has to do with traffic. If this were an office building, traffic would basically start about 7 a.m. in the morning. There would be a flow of traffic that would come. For the most part, that would be it. They would remain there during the day. They would leave during the rush hour, and approximately 6:30 by 7, the site would be relatively quiet. This project proposes a continual flow of traffic. It's just going to continue to make it more congested. If any of you have been on Route 60 going east or westbound, when all the offices in that area empty out, it's backed up to the east all the way to Waukegan Road. It's just a mess, and we certainly don't need to add more traffic coming and going in the way of autos. The second thing that concerns me is trucks. A normal office building does not have tractor-trailer units coming into it, making deliveries early in the morning. These usually are at least 45 to 60-foot trailers on these units. I survived the BMW Classic this year, and my wife and I regularly walk our dog on Saunders Road, and on numerous occasions there were heavy semis that were, their GPSs took them down Saunders Road. They came in through our residential area. They had to turn around because Saunders Road is blocked, and that will continue to be a problem in this case. These semis will be coming from remote areas into that area. They won't be familiar with it, and they're going to just add a risk of hitting danger as well as more congestion. So my concerns primarily lie with the traffic, and I would propose that we deny this petition for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sieber. Following Mr. Frid will be Kathy Reese.
Good evening. I'm Rosemary Herlin. Am I out of line, sir?
What's your name?
Did you call Herlin? I'm sorry. Herlin?
What's your name?
Rosemary Herlin.
No.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Good evening. I'll be brief. My name is Roman Fried. I reside at 522 on Dover Court. We moved into Conway Farms 3.5 years ago. The reason for it is uniqueness, tranquility, and greenery. If you wouldn't want that, we could end up at Glenview instead of Lake Forest, Conway Farms. On my point of view, traffic southbound, Saunders Road, and Amberley Court should be banned from going through. Otherwise, we'll have perpetual BMW golf tournament. And one last item. I'm not sure who did feasibility study for this shopping center. Was it ever done by somebody?
Traffic study.
Feasibility study?
You're asking who did the traffic study?
No, feasibility. Is it feasible to build this shopping center on the corner? Maybe there are some alternatives, like a community park, for an example.
I think that's what this commission is charged with, reviewing and making a recommendation on.
But I'm not sure, okay, if feasibility studies were done correct, okay?
Okay. Thank you very much. Kathy Reese, and following Kathy will be Jan Bringle.
Good evening. My name is Kathy Reese. My address is 170 South Danbury Court. I would like to start by saying that I'm not opposed to development and I'm not opposed to progress. But I am opposed to this development as it is proposed for a number of reasons. The first one is the lack of what I think is aesthetic appeal. The city's own website describes Lake Forest as one of the most distinctive communities anywhere, and I think that everyone that lives here would agree with that statement. The corner of 60 and Saunders represents the city's western gateway, and as such should represent the distinctive character of the community. This is not a neighborhood market, and it appears disingenuous to present it as such. Lighted signage does not fit the character of Lake Forest. Unless the setback remains at 150 feet, and there are significant berms, monument signs, considerable landscaping on and around this site, the development would not be an attractive or acceptable addition to our community. In the past, the city has asked homeowners and homeowners associations to contribute funds to beautify this area, and so it seems only equitable that the same would be required from a developer. I have a serious issue with the traffic. Increased traffic is inevitable, not only on Route 60, but also cut-through traffic on Amberley Court and Old Bridge Road. Presently, many drivers cut through Stonebridge to avoid the light at Conway Farms Drive, since the timing is significantly flawed. A half a car can make a left-hand turn there. The entrance to the development on Saunders Road will be in direct conflict with the business complexes located on the west side of Saunders. The right in and right out on Highway 60 is not to serve the local customer, but perhaps will serve those from other cities. Since Amberley Court is a private road not built to city standards and will no doubt be the most susceptible to heavy and unplanned traffic, it must be closed at Saunders Road. This would be the most cost-effective, safest, and best solution to these concerns. An attractive cul-de-sac should be created with no pass-through access allowed. I want you to try to remember that traffic studies are a science. And as such, they do not necessarily represent the actual way that drivers travel. And I am aware that there is a traffic engineer standing behind me. Women do not and will not follow the route that is laid out in any study. We think differently than men do, and we are constantly multitasking. So when we need to get to point A, B, and C, we will travel the shortest and most convenient way, and if this involves cutting through, we will, and we do. I also have a concern about the compatibility with the existing neighborhood. Even though the master plan for this area was approved as a transition district, The close proximity to Amberley Woods condominiums must be taken into consideration, and significant mitigation provided to the residents. This mitigation should be in the form of trees, berms, landscaping, attractive noise barriers, appropriate drainage, etc. The residents must be protected from noise, lights, from the parking lot and from within the store, deliveries at all hours, and constant beeping from trucks that back up. I'm sure a lot of that happens early in the morning. Without significant and meaningful mitigation, the property values in the area will be adversely affected. My next concern is about runoff and drainage. There is already a significant drainage problem in the rear of the condo building, as water is not flowing into the existing pond as it was designed. Instead, it is sitting on the surface and killing trees and vegetation. Additional runoff from the proposed development, as well as the addition of large impervious surfaces for parking, will certainly exacerbate the existing problems. The stormwater management as proposed becomes a large problem and it's an expense for Stonebridge residents, which is not acceptable because that is Ross's pond. We are well aware that development of this parcel will occur, if not now, at some point in the future. We do not oppose development. However, we must advocate for responsible projects with appropriate mitigation. This project, as presented, is inconsistent with the goals of the city, harmful to the character of Lake Forest, and incompatible with adjacent properties. I recognize that weighing all of the pros and cons of all proposed developments, as well as the property rights of existing residents, is a thankless job. We appreciate the time and the effort that you give to our community.
Thank you for your testimony. Jan Brengle. And following Jan will be Kevin Dwyer.
I did not prepare a long commentary here. Let me just be succinct. I'm a resident of Conway Farms. Having been someone who's grown up on the North Shore, I always strived to live in Lake Forest. The reason I chose Conway Farms is because of the serenity of the development, the peacefulness, the privacy. I've seen that compromised even with the BMW championship, with the 6 months of setup, set down, noise, all of that. And I do not want to see a shopping development in this area. I'm gravely concerned about the traffic issue with Conway Farms Road and people cutting through. Also the noise, and most importantly, the potential decrease in value of my home. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dwyer? And following Mr. Dwyer will be Rosemarie Heinlein? I think that's the Rosemarie that appeared before. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Kevin Dwyer. I'm here tonight to speak as the Vice President of the Amberley Woods Master Association. I am also a resident of the City of Lake Forest for the last 20 years. The Amberley Woods Master Association has representatives from each of the properties in the Amberley Woods subdivision and is charged with maintaining all of the common areas, including the private road, Amberley Court. We are the closest neighbor and the most impacted group by the Whole Foods proposal. We are here tonight to publicly let you know that the members and officers of the Master Association have voted and approved to support the Whole Foods development, subject to the final design of Amberley Court, a proposed gate for our private road, and an easement for the construction traffic for the condominium parcel. The Amberley Woods Master Association understands that any development of the commercial parcel, including the Whole Foods project, will most likely increase public traffic on Amberley Court. The Master Association has also voted that our private road, Amberley Court, remain open to vehicular traffic at Conway Farms Road on the east end and Saunders Road on the west end. As you are aware, the private road, Amberley Court, is maintained at our association's sole cost and expense, and our members will not agree to permanent termination of our road for both life safety and easy access reasons. As a member of the Master Association, we support direct access by our current and future residents to the proposed development. In order to address the increase in public traffic on our private roadway, the Master Association is supportive of adding a gate between the courtyard homes and the commercial parcel, provided at the expense of the gate and its future maintenance is borne by the commercial developer. Thank you for allowing me to talk tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Dwyer. Hi,
Hello again.
Rosemary.
Rosemary Hurley.
Following Rosemary will be David Burgess.
And my husband and I live at 690 South Eaton Court, and that is in Conway Farms. I would like to make a point that I've lived in Lake Forest over 30 years. I love Lake Forest. I have an unholy love for it. But I think sometimes that when we are trying to maintain our trees and our past and everything, we're not looking forward. And I hope we're not paralyzed in this movement. I think it's a beautiful development. My husband and I lived behind Sunset Foods for 10 years. The trucks, the noise, nothing. It's controlled, and we live in a city that watches those things, so I'm putting my faith into the developers and into the city to make sure that it does turn out right. And the tax revenue, it's so sad to go to Costco and see all my neighbors, and we were all in the meetings fighting Costco. We're all in there shopping, but the revenue's not coming to Lake Forest. I would love to see the tax revenue from this development. And last but not least, I think the noise from the street or the store or whatever, we won't hear it. The tollway noise is going to drive it out. We live with that. We live in a beautiful area. And I really think that this would be a wonderful addition and a way to, you enter Lake Forest on that west side, and now we have the equivalent of the fresh market that you have in the East Lake Forest. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mr. Burgess? Following Mr. Burgess will be Catherine Briand or Bryand, one of the two.
Good evening. I'm Dave Burgess. I live on Asbury Court in Stonebridge. I am also treasurer of the board of directors of the Homeowners Association and have been for 8 years since inception, along with Ross Landsman, who says it's his pond, but it's really mine because I live on it. Both Kathy Reese and Ross have covered a great deal of salient points that are relevant to our homeowners association. However, just so you know, we have 84 townhomes, families that live on our 39 acres, and we're responsible for the maintenance of all of the property outside of the, we are a maintenance-free organization, so we take care of not just the common areas, but we take care of all the lot areas as well, including the pond. That's our responsibility. And we do maintain it in a professional and ecologically balanced manner. And we keep it free of chemical pollutants. We keep it, hopefully, annually stock it with fish. We are proud that we have great blue herons, great white egrets, geese, ducks, turtles, frogs, and red-tailed hawks that call it home. Anyway, that's something we'd like to keep a hold of. We also set aside capital reserve funds on an annual basis for future pond dredging needs because we take our responsibility seriously that at some point we'll have to clean them out, and they belong to us. The cut-through traffic issue, I will elaborate ever so slightly. The stoplights at Conway Farms Drive and Saunders Road, by the way, the left-hand turn signals are brief in time, a second or two before they go back to a red left arrow. The stoplight at Old Bridge Road and at Town Line Park is a regular left-hand arrow that stays on for 8 or 10 cars worth of going through the intersection. Plus, you can turn left on a solid green light if there's no eastbound traffic, of course. You cannot do that at Conway Farms Drive and at Saunders Road either. So the resulting that's resulted in a large amount of existing today cut-through traffic through our subdivision on Old Bridge Road from Route 60 to Conway Farms Drive. Some of it will trickle off into Amberley Woods for the condominium association and the 2 home residents. The rest of it turns left and goes south into Conway Farms. Very rarely do we see cars turning left on Conway Farms Drive from Route 60 because it's just a pain in the neck. Therefore, in the future, if we don't do something with Amberley Court, all of the cut-through traffic will continue right onto the retail center, and it'll just increase. It'll increase at all hours that the retail center is open, through our subdivision and through Amberley Court. It just will. It exists today in great numbers, which we don't like, and it will double or triple because of the retail center. Construction of a retail center for us is inconsistent with the objectives of the city, and especially all the property owners nearby. A retail center is not an aesthetically pleasing entryway at the western edge of our city. The existing plan of 2 office structures, well landscaped with underground parking and setback from Route 60 would provide a much more pleasing gateway. It would also be in greater harmony with all the neighboring residences. It seems clear to us that the real beneficiaries of this proposal are not Lake Forest residents, yet all of the neighboring residents will suffer the detriments resulting from poorly planned and engineered water systems, cut-through traffic increases, etc. These factors will also directly cause a permanent reduction in all of our property values well into the future. Therefore, on behalf of our 84 homeowners, we strongly urge the Plan Commission to recognize the environmental and economic and aesthetic harm that all adjacent property will suffer and to vote down this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burgess. Following Catherine will be Rami Lopat.
Good evening again, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Just a few points. My name's Catherine Briand. I live at 610 Lincoln Avenue in Lake Bluff. And I grew up here and moved away to Evanston and recently moved home. I want to touch on the first point about continuity as seen with the setback issue and the western entrance to the city of Lake Forest. I'm surprised that this proposal would be considered without the setback simply for the reason that my impression of this city has always been one that takes planning, urban planning, really seriously. Having lived in Evanston, without all due respect to Evanston, that's an example of one that really doesn't. And so you have, this would be given the green light without any kind of conversation whatsoever. So when I look at this from a planning perspective, I think of sort of Art's comment of Sesame Street, that this doesn't fit with everything else around it with respect simply to the setback issue. So that surprises me. Second, there's been a lot of talk about traffic. And as someone who was involved as a citizen with the Target proposed development in Lake Bluff, I did a lot of research on traffic. I know there's been a lot of talk about cut through, but really what I think is important is to quantify traffic in terms of how many thousands of cars on a daily basis will come in and out of this development, and I have yet to hear anybody quantify it. This report, which is exceptional in terms of its detail, talks about the fact that the proposed development is projected to add less than 10% to the existing volume. I presume that that's only during the peak hour of 4:30 to 5:30 through, that's about 3,800 cars during that hour. But if you extrapolate that data, you're looking at something in the range of a 12-hour period of time that the store is open. And if you say that that's 10%, that's 380 cars times 12 is about 4,600 cars a day going in and out of this development. Now, I could be overstating that, but we're going to have a 45,000 square foot Whole Foods that's supposed to generate revenue of $36 million. If we take an average sale in the $50 range, that's $100,000 a day. You do the math, that's at least 2,500 cars a day. I mean, these stores are looking to generate revenue, and that's the reason this is appealing to the city, but that equates to numbers of cars, and this intersection is currently getting an F from IDOT. So my point is, while I completely respect the people that live around this proposed development and their concerns, my concern would be for you as someone coming from Lake Bluff or Green Oaks or Mattawa or Libertyville or Vernon Hills or Gurnee or Wadsworth to come and shop at this store. Are they going to do it if it's too difficult to get in and out of the parking lot? The focus here, I'm sure, is the fact that we're watching sales tax revenue cross the tollway and go to Costco. But you have to ask yourself, is it going to generate that kind of revenue if people find it too frustrating to get in and out of this place? So while I understand your desire to do this, be careful what you wish for, because you may end up with a store that's not profitable. And while I realize that Whole Foods has never closed a store, there's a first time for everything. Secondly, or thirdly, I suppose, I understand that there's a proposed outlet for a drive-through coffee shop. Is that another Dunkin' Donuts? Is that a Starbucks? And how will that impact the amount of traffic coming in and out of here and at peak times, particularly in the morning? So again, adding to the travel burden there. IDOT's daily average on Route 60 between Saunders East is about 24,000 cars a day already. So now you're going to add to that. And finally, I note that there's also a bank that's proposed as an outlet. And I just wanted to bring it to your attention. I'm pretty sure that most people in here probably read the Wall Street Journal, but I found this to be particularly pertinent and interesting, is that banks are closing more and more branches around the United States because banking is changing. So before the developer sells this to you, maybe the question would be raised, have you secured a tenant? Or is this building going to sit empty because you haven't or are not able to? This article goes on to say that Chase is done opening branches, that a lot of major banks are done doing this because the face of banking is changing radically. So I see that there are a lot of bells and whistles, and there are buzzwords like walkability, and we're going to have this outlet with this and that, and that's what developers do. They're salesmen, and they want to make their money. But is this really the best use for this property, and are we ready to have this development at this location and the total impact of this development, not only on all of the residents, but on the city, period? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Following Ms. Lopat will be Bob Shaw.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Rami Lopat. I live at 410 East Woodland Road. Let it be said that I love Whole Foods. And under the right circumstances, I would be very eager to have them become part of our community. I love Whole Foods because, yes, I love the quality of their foods, but more so because I love their business commitment to a sustainability ethic. In its own words, Whole Foods is about holistic thinking applied to a conventional world. Whole Foods also, quote, believes that companies, like individuals, must assume their share of responsibility as tenants of the earth. Whole Foods leads by example through sustainable and ethical business practices in all its aspects of its relationship with communities. Through your recommendations and actions tonight, I hope you will help challenge SCP Amberley LLC and the Shiner Group, along with the property owner, to follow the Whole Foods initiative. I ask you to ensure that this site be developed in a way that embraces Whole Foods' belief in sustainable planning and our community's dedication to open space, historic preservation, and environmental protection. I am eager for you to ask the developer to rethink his proposal and make this a site plan which uses the highest standards of modern sustainable design and environmental protections. Lake Forest's comprehensive plan and its site plan requirements for buildings state, quote, disturbance to the site should be minimized and the natural features of the site should be preserved, end quote. This plan does not do that. This plan is a conventional shopping center design. It starts with the buildings and the parking, doesn't care much about traffic impacts, and sadly requires that the trees are to be cut down. I note that this developer did not list in a sustainability and LEED trained landscape designer as a consultant, and I hope that those types of skills will be brought to this project before you approve this site plan. This is an 8.5 acre oak woods. The trees are mature, towering, and they surround an open field in front of a historic house. There is a tall berm along Route 60 on which grow mature evergreens. These shield the Amberley condos from highway traffic and improve the motorist's experience as well. However, on page 6 of the developer's proposal, Amberley offers just 2 paragraphs describing its, quote, tree and landscaping plan for an 8.5 acre site. The information is at best confusing. I used 15 inches as a generous average for a tree diameter, and I calculated then that there are over 300 trees on site today. My guess from the information provided is that a maximum of 100 will be left, but I may be generous because the city staff writes, quote, virtually all of the trees on this site will need to be removed. How many is virtually? The staff's conclusion is not acceptable if you agree that with the city code, which calls for minimal disturbance. So, how might the site plan change using the Whole Foods model of sustainability? It would start by declaring that this is critical habitat and an energy and carbon safe haven. When the city staff writes, quote, efforts will be made to save some trees, that's not a sustainability model. We need to make far more than just an effort, whatever that is. Now, if a tree absolutely must be cut, what is the developer's commitment? How will that tree continue to contribute to the site? Whole Foods says, we typically build our new stores to fit in with their particular neighborhoods, and designs typically incorporate locally available building materials, including repurposed or recycled materials, which cuts down on waste and transportation costs. In Jacksonville, Florida, Whole Foods used reclaimed Florida cypress in its store. It cut down on energy costs by shading the building with living walls of native plants, and it even made sure, quote, a birdhouse that had seen steady use was undisturbed. Surely, this developer and Whole Foods will want to do everything possible to protect the habitat of the red-tailed hawk that flew in front of my car in this woods this morning. I can go further. If trees can come down, can we insist that they be planed into boards and be reused on site in these buildings? These mature trees provide shade for these buildings. No 8-foot replacement can do that, thus lowering the carbon footprint. Pedestrian walkways would do the same, but they are minimal or non-existent in this plan. Are there other ways? Can we reduce parking for employees, say put them on a nearby site already without trees? And if push really has to come to shove, will this developer commit not just to adding 200 new trees to this site, but to completely restoring another comparably sized oak wood somewhere in Lake Forest? Regarding the setback, I know the Plan Commission appreciates the importance of being conservative about changing a comprehensive plan to accommodate a proposal, regardless of its economic allure. To me, the berm should stay in place and the 150-foot buffer from Route 60 should be maintained, actually more so than for Saunders Road, which offers visibility for Whole Foods and other stores for eastbound motorists. I hope the Plan Commission...
Conclude your comments, please.
Yes, I am. Thank you. I will. I hope the Plan Commission will go beyond the conventional, as Whole Foods would insist, to ensure that the sustainability of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shaw? Following Mr. Shaw will be John Centel.
Good evening. I've lived most of my adult life in Lake Forest, and I think with the possible exception of Art Miller, I've stood at this podium more times than anybody in the last 25 years during which I have been a local developer.
You're still welcome.
Thank you. To me, this issue is about aesthetics. We can deal with a lot of the issues. We have. I've dealt with them standing up here, listening to audiences like this, to your counterparts in years past. But what we can't do is, if we build something in a certain place, change that very easily downstream. And I really, really urge that we strongly reconsider this 150-foot setback as absolutely mandatory. I wouldn't deviate an inch from it. Our ordinances in this community have been built over many, many, many years. Like Ernie Ernest, I worked at the feet of Chuck Crook 20 years ago or so, and there just has to be given serious consideration to those things that can't be changed. Any developer is going to stand up here and say they've got to have this, they've got to have that. But they have no inalienable right to get that. A developer does not have a right to make money in this community. A developer does not have a right to strong arm for anything they want. They must blend in to the community. And we all have seen developers come and go, projects come and go. I've had projects come and go without consummation. And that's the risk. That's the cost of doing business. To me, this project is a commercial project. It's a big box and 4 little boxes. You dress it up, put the lipstick on the pig any way you want, but it's one big box and 4 little boxes. I'm not here to say that they shouldn't go there. I'm not in a position to say how many ought to go there. But I think this particular slide that's on the wall is perhaps the most honest one I've seen this evening, amidst a lot of deception with numbers, a lot of perspective drawings presented in a way that are not realistic in terms of the way we really see things, and the lady who talked about driving, the way she would see them driving. But just looking at the lower right-hand quadrant there, you can see the subject property next to the condo building with the absence of the setback. So we can talk about how much land is going to get landscaped, how much permeable versus impermeable. We can talk about lowering heights 10 feet or whatever, but none of that addresses the fundamental gateway issue, and that the aesthetics and gateway are my issue. My count may be wrong, but I believe there are 11 entrances to Lake Forest. The other 10 are all residential. And I'm not suggesting this should only be residential. I had this property under contract at one time and chose not to proceed with it for a variety of reasons. And it had nothing to do with residential, non-residential. And I think this can be done without it being residential, but I think we should look at the fact that in our community, every other entrance is residential. That's what this community is. It is a residential community that happens to have some businesses in it, but go back through its entire history, right to the beginning, right, Art? It is a residential community. So how can we deal with this, recognizing it might not be residential, the way Conway did on the north? Look at those setbacks. Look at the upper half of that diagram. Look at the setbacks of those buildings. Look at the landscaping, the ponds. Look at the entrance gate. Look at those 3 pillars. Many of you, I'm sure, have driven in, going back to municipal services or one of the office buildings. There are 3 very subtle pillars in the middle and on each side, announcing your entrance to the north side of this one gateway. On the right hand, think about what that signage might be. And we've talked about a bank, we've talked about a drive-through. The bottom line is we don't know what might be in those little boxes today, and who knows what would be there tomorrow. So at a minimum, whatever little boxes there are ought to be pushed back within the confines of the 150 feet. I'm not here to say whether there ought to be a berm or not be a berm, whether the trees ought to stay or the trees ought to go. All that can be looked at within the framework of the 150-foot setback. FAR is not the issue. Massing and density is not the issue. Just one comment before I sit down on the taxes. I don't know what the tax impact is of this project. I've seen the slide, as everybody has, but that's taking average data off of a 10K. I don't know how the Illinois sales tax as it relates to grocery compares to the other states in which Whole Foods has their properties. But I think it's of great concern that we look at taxes, look at a revenue component as a strong reason to move forward or not. We've had large tax go before. We'll figure out other ways to make it happen. In the big picture, this is a very small amount of tax. Yes, we want everything we can get, but that absolutely should not drive the project. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. Appreciate your testimony. Mr. Santel, representing Lake Forest Open Lands Association.
Good evening. I'm John Santel, President of Lake Forest Open Lands Association. The Board of Directors of Lake Forest Open Lands Association has asked me to offer a few remarks on behalf of the organization regarding the setback requirement of the proposed plan before you tonight. Over the years, our city has invested a great deal of time and resources to ensure that the western entryway to Lake Forest via Route 60 is attractive and immediately reflects the character of our community and the value it places on the open entryways and scenic vistas. There are many tools our city has used to accomplish this, including investing in newly landscaped berms and medians, and perhaps most importantly, implementing a required 150-foot setback to allow for landscaping and other open space. This careful planning has successfully maintained a look that supports high-quality residential and business developments on both sides of Route 60, and has helped to make our Route 60 corridor attractive and inviting, which ultimately benefits our entire community, both for those residing here and for those proposing to do business here. In light of this, Lake Forest Open Lands is concerned about the request for a reduction of the current 150-foot setback in this development. Accepting a setback reduction to 25 feet or 36 feet or anything less than the required 150 feet risks negatively redefining the character and landscape of our Route 60 corridor, which was so carefully planned and implemented back in 2001 when the city amended its comprehensive Route 60 sub-area plan. A key element of this plan was to improve the frontage along both sides of Route 60 with landscaping and other design features to create a greenway and a gateway setting as an entry point to our beautiful city. This comprehensive plan dictated that future development would maintain the 150-foot setback. The success of establishing and maintaining permanent setbacks can be seen throughout our city. Perhaps the most prominent illustration of the importance of setbacks is along our Route 41 corridor. Imagine how different our community would look if the setback and zoning requirements of Route 41 had been made similar to those in Highland Park. Now imagine a similar scenario along Route 60. Lake Forest Open Lands respectfully suggests that the existing subdivision setback requirements be maintained. We ask the Plan Commission to carefully consider the importance of maintaining the 150-foot setback for the proposed development, not only for the benefit of our Route 60 corridor and local neighbors, but also for the precedent such a change could have in the future. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Tracy Krebs, and then following her will be Ann Lyon.
Hi, Tracy Krebs. My husband and I live at 1815 Amberley Court, which is there's two homes. We are one of those. And it's curious because right now there's 4 ponds, but on occasion there will be a 5th pond that goes right by our lot line with a picture. I know I've sent these to Kathy, perhaps she has shared those with you, but my husband and I are more concerned with traffic, drainage, and aesthetics, and I'll let aesthetics, everyone else talked so brilliantly on that, I'm sure. I don't need to repeat those points. The traffic is a main point. Not sure the gate is something needs to stop it, and perhaps just the fact that it's already named Amberley Court would indeed prophesy that it should be a court at some time. I thought that was kind of curious. But the drainage is probably our big sticking point because the water does come up pretty close to our house on already 3 occasions. We've lived there about a year and a half, and this is where our landscaping ends, and it's probably about 8 feet away. You can see in the distance where it's nearing, overflowing onto Conway, which is about the same time my pond was going to overflow onto 60. Well, when that happens, it's also going to come into our home. Not really hoping that happens. I am curious one point, I guess, about the drainage part is right now where it is zoned for two buildings at 44,000 square feet. Well, those are 3 stories. So if you take away and just count it as 1 story, with my rough math, it's like 12.6. Let's put it up at 13,000 times 2. You're looking at 26,000 footprint of 2 buildings versus 71 that's proposed. That makes a huge impact on what's going to happen with that water and the drainage. So I guess those would be my 3 points that I really would oppose it as it is currently planned out due to the traffic, drainage, and aesthetics. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much. Ann Lyon, is she still here? Oh, here she is. And following Ann will be Richard Guttner.
Hi, my name is Ann Lyon, and I've been a resident of Lake Forest for almost 20 years. I live at 75 Alden Lane, and I'm here to speak in favor of the Whole Foods development. I practiced architecture for 20 years and am currently a realtor in Lake Forest. I've always had a passion for historic preservation, but I also realize change is inevitable and think it's very important to embrace change and try to work as a community for change for the better. In the past, we have not embraced change with things like old Barra College, and we ended up losing a fabulous building, Old Main, because there was because of the difficulty in coming to an agreement and trying to embrace that. I believe Whole Foods has so many positive, will affect us with tax revenue. It will increase tax revenue. It's a selling point for buyers coming from the city, where Whole Foods is prevalent in the city and very popular. Today, people have issues with food allergies, intolerances, and more people care about what they feed their body. And to have a Whole Foods here, for those that fear we can't keep all of the stores currently in Lake Forest busy, there are many people who leave Lake Forest and go to Whole Foods as it is right now. So those people are already not shopping in Lake Forest, they're driving to Deerfield. When you shop at the Deerfield Whole Foods, that is an intersection at Waukegan Road and Deerfield Road, and traffic has never been absolutely unbearable there. I have faith in the city that they will work with the developer to come up with the proper drainage, traffic pattern, and everything else so that this is positive for our community as a whole. I also know that currently just the mention of a Whole Foods here has already been a selling point for people moving to this community, and we need the tax dollars. I do think it'll be positive to have the tax revenue from Whole Foods. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Guttner, and following him will be Greg Ewert.
Good evening again. I'm Richard Geithner. I live at 532 Andover Court in Conway Farms. I'm addressing in a negative way this proposed development. I feel it's incompatible because it neglects it obviates any compatibility with transitional zoning, although I had someone here mention that they thought it was well positioned from a transitional zoning concept. But as codified by Lake Forest zoning ordinance, I don't know of any retail development that is placed next to residential. The transitional zoning's intent is to go from less dense to more dense residential use to office use and then into commercial and retail uses. And this developer is trying to shoehorn maybe the 10 pounds in the typical in a 5-pound bag here, which is illustrated by the request to cut the setback off of Highway 60. And there's been no thought given to transitional zoning, and I'm surprised there really haven't been more concerns expressed for that matter. And Lake Forest has been very faithful about its adherence to authentic transitional zoning. And for that reason, my feeling is that the developer should rethink this whole thing and rescale it down to where they can get the parking and the buildings on that site, whatever use they intend, although I'm against the retail, whatever use they intend, leaving the 150-foot setback as it is. I think it's a gross request to go from a 150-foot setback, which was thought of in the comprehensive plan of Lake Forest, down to 25 feet. I don't think I've ever heard of one that's been that gross. At any rate, thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Ewert.
So I'll try to keep this brief since a lot of this has already been mentioned. So my name's Greg Ewert. We live at 225 Saunders Road. So our property immediately abuts the south. We're on Saunders Road. We immediately abut the south section of the parcel in progress. We abut the Amberley Woods homes. You know, just a couple things as I'm thinking about this. And I mean, I know you guys understand this is a serious issue. And just hearing everyone speak tonight, you know, as I'm keeping score here, pretty much Stonebridge, 84 residents against. Open lands against. Most of the residents, I believe, you've heard, who live in the area, Conway Farms, against the development. People are for, 2 people in favor, Condo Homeowners Association in favor. So I think there's it's a real kind of serious issue, and obviously there's a real duty, I think, to the residents of the area to look at these issues closely. You know, honestly, I've spoke to the mayor, I spoke to our alderman, I've spoke to Kathy Cerniak, I've spoke to multiple other people. You know, I honestly feel like I've become an investigative reporter for this, and I'm not going to belabor some of this stuff now, but I would just encourage you guys to strongly just make sure you have the facts, and underline facts of what's going on. You know, it's a little upsetting when I stand back there, and for example, when they talk about the buildings before, the 2 buildings that were going to stand up before, and both being on, you know, with 150 feet of Route 60. I mean, I have here, because I've been going to these meetings for 15 years, you know, I just pull this out, and I'm not sure if this is 100% accurate, so I may be wrong on this, but 2005, City of Lake Forest Planning Commission, with the plans that shows those buildings, and yes, one of them is on Route 60, but the other one is set back. So there's just multiple other comments, and I guess it's just illustrating my point. Let's make sure we're dealing with facts when we talk about this stuff, and hopefully be able to make a wise decision based on that. Obviously, we're concerned about the potential development just because of what everyone else has mentioned, what it can do to the area. Traffic is obviously a big concern for us too. As everyone has mentioned, you know, this is a 45,000 square foot building. 1 big box and then 4 little boxes, as was well described before. There's clearly going to be traffic issues. Whether you believe their traffic study or other traffic studies is to be determined. You know, but I would go back to something that I spoke of last time in November when we spoke here. My wife and I for 15 years have stood in front of this planning commission or come to these meetings to hear everybody talk. And the planning commission clearly in their words, and it's something I'm going to mention here in a minute in writing too, was always against property development or development at this space that would increase traffic density. The very first development, to the best of my knowledge, that was ever proposed here was 40 homes on 40 acres. And we're talking 10 plus years ago. Turned down because of too much traffic, worried about soccer moms specifically was the word that was used, and all the traffic that would create in Lake Forest. This is clearly Whole Foods. They said 320 some odd parking lots. I believe the information from the last meeting said 425 parking lots, but a Whole Foods and 4 other kind of high volume businesses. So clearly it's going to create a lot of traffic that, as you've heard, creates issues for all of us. The physical appearance of the site is another thing. You know, I walked down several times down Saunders Road towards Route 60, and you just look at Opus. And Opus, it's a wide open parking lot with buildings there. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. turn around, face the other way, look to the east, and look what's going to be at Whole Foods. I really, really doubt, with all due respect, that that's going to be a well-developed property with trees put on there. We've been promised this stuff before, and as I'm going to mention in a minute, water mitigation, water runoff has been promised before to take care of, and as people have spoken and showed you, it doesn't get taken care of. One of my neighbors so we're on Saunders Road, he's right off Saunders Road, is going to speak later, and he doesn't just get a little bit of water in his backyard, he doesn't get 3 or 4 inches, he literally gets a lake back there. And this is all a result of the Opus development and obviously a little bit of the toll road development too that had to go with that. So it's a serious issue for us. And we look back, that's one neighbor down there, but he has a massive issue because of it too. And again, I hope that just gets serious consideration into the problem. We have other concerns that have been mentioned too, but one thing I'm surprised that hasn't come up yet, and I just want to mention, you speak of what the city ordinances were and everything too, and I spoke last time of the city of Lake Forest that the comprehensive plan was mentioned at several meetings. So I pulled it, and let me just read some of this stuff, and it really just speaks against many, many factors of this development. So when it's talking about the sub-area, meaning the toll road up to the north end of the Conway Park, to the train tracks, and then the properties on the south side of Route 60. Introduction, preserve open space, decrease development density and mitigate future traffic demands. Land use plan goals, reduce development density, increase open space, designate land for short-term and long-range public uses. Go down, next bullet point, traffic and access. Again, minimize future traffic volumes. Bullet point number 3 actually. Lake Forest does not support the widening of Route 60 east of the tollway, except as necessary in conjunction with widening of the bridge. It specifically mentions on the Route 60 frontage, continue improving the frontage along both sides of the roadway. I'll be done in a minute. Maintaining that 150 feet. So it's something, it's in the comprehensive plan. It's been mentioned many times by your predecessors here. And then specifically, my last point, it talks about this Swanson Miller site, the specific site that's in under consideration. For the homes, moderate density, low-rise residential with a range of housing products. That's what's done. So this was written in 2001 and has not been updated since. But it also talks specifically about this area, specifically where Whole Foods is proposing professional office space intended for users in need of smaller spaces. So smaller spaces. 2 sentences later, limited ancillary retail space with any professional office development. I realize times have changed. I realize things have to be different. But a lot of us who live in the area, believe it or not, for 15 years we've heard this, and this is what's been written down. So we've made decisions on our house, our property, and where we're living based on a lot of this information. So again, I think you heard pretty overwhelmingly from the residents about what they want, and we hope you keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all the slips we have. Is there anybody else who didn't fill out a slip that wishes to testify? Take this gentleman and then you, sir. And for the record, please give us your name and address before you start to speak. Thank you.
My name is Scott Scholler. I'm at 260 Saunders. And we've been here for over 20 years. And with new development in the area, I'm the person that Greg was talking about whose retention pond turns into a lake, and it's almost to the point where we have to rake the fish back into the pond. I mean, it's just short of a joke. So my concern is hydrology. I'm a landscape contractor and an arborist, and I've been in business for almost 40 years now. And I don't know how many times I've seen developments made and everybody makes promises, and I love the old growth trees in our community, and I think you folks have been great protecting our community and protecting the old growth trees. I've lost probably close to a dozen 100-year-old trees on my property, these beautiful bur oaks, just due to construction and the hydrology had changed. So I guess my concern is with this project is how will it affect the hydrology, how it affects some of our old growth trees, and I strongly believe it's the wrong footprint for this area. Anyway, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Hank Santorini, and I live at 1920 West South Meadow Lane in Conway Farms. I currently am president of the Conway Farms Homeowners Association Board, and on behalf of the board, I would like to state and be clear that we have taken no position at this time concerning the proposed development. We, however, are gathering information in the areas of concern we have that could impact our residents. These areas of concern include, but are not limited to, traffic flow, lighting, and water flow. Thank you.
Sir, when will you get us your comments as you further do your analysis?
Well, I propose we're having a board meeting in a couple of weeks. We're going to talk on the subject, and if we do, we will send it in a letter to you all.
Okay, so it'll be within the next 30 to 45 days?
I would guess, if we do even take a position.
Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Susan Ewert. I'm at 225 Saunders Road. I'm not going to go over some of the other points that are really important to us that my husband did, along with all of the other people, but there are three things that really stick out to me. First of all, the tax revenue that Whole Foods claims they're going to bring in. I just want you to keep in mind that whatever they bring in, a lot of that is going to be taken from other businesses that are currently in Lake Forest. So you're going to be robbing from someone to get that money, and it's not going to be what I think they are projecting. Number two is the drainage. The second building of Amberley Woods for the condos has not yet been built. So there's that water mitigation also, along with the majority, all but two of the single-family homes that exist on that are scheduled to be built on the Amberley Woods court. So consider that in your water mitigation. I know that you've had a lot of engineering done on all of these developments, but clearly from the residents, they are failing. And I think that needs to have serious consideration. And then the third point is that in speaking with people at Sunset Foods who manage Sunset Foods, they have a daily minimum of 1,500 customers a day, and that's Sunset Foods alone. So consider that in your traffic program. So that's a lot of impact on that road, and I would urge you all that are on the board that are going to be making these decisions to travel Route 60 at peak times and find out what the traffic is really like. Thank you.
I have. Okay, anybody else? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Ned Saintville from Conway Farms. 3 points. I've been involved in listening to development in Conway Farms issues since 1999 when I bought there. One thing that has always been respected and seriously imposed upon all the developers is the 150-foot setback. That is critical. Here, it seems to be ignored. It was a problem. It was known to be a problem. The new proposal shows no attempt to respect that, and I think that needs to be respected. Also, the traffic issues, water mitigation issues, I think are also very serious. So that's all I want to say here, but please keep those things in consideration.
Thank you very much. We will. Seeing no other people who would like to testify, I would like to go back to our regular order of business if we could. And let's see. Kathy, do you have any comments on the petitioner's testimony and anything else?
I guess my first question is, do you want to hear from the city engineer, city engineering staff on the drainage issue?
Thank you very much.
And if so, I would ask Dan Strand, city engineer, to
Thank you.
speak.
Good evening. Dan Strand, Gaywalt Hamilton. We reviewed the preliminary engineering plans that have been prepared to date, and I would just echo a lot of what Mr. Bleck said earlier this evening. The proposed development to date provides adequate detention to meet the Lake County Watershed Development Ordinance. On top of that, they're providing pervious pavers on their site, which will, that's meeting a portion of the detention requirement that will also provide some level of infiltration, which will reduce the amount of runoff off the site. Mr. Black also testified previously to the amount of runoff that's being redirected through the storm sewer into the existing detention basins and the modification of the detention basins. I know there is there's a perception that when a detention basin rises in response to a storm that there's some concerns about whether or not it's functioning properly. That is how a detention basin is designed to function. As water flows into it, the level rises. It then gets released at a controlled rate. I think that's about it on the drainage. You know, from a preliminary engineering standpoint, I think they've presented sufficient information to show that it will be feasible to meet the requirements of the Lake County Watershed Development Ordinance, and we'll look forward to more detail on that if it moves forward to final engineering.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
Can we ask questions?
I would like to hear from Kathy first, and then we'll come back to the commissioners asking anybody questions they'd like. Okay?
Just a couple brief comments. I know everyone's been sitting for a long time. At this time, we do not know what the proposed configuration for Route 60, Field Drive, and Saunders Road will be. When the developers were before you in November, there was some thought that there would be some improvements. Since then, there's been a revised traffic study that city staff only recently received. But I think from the city staff perspective, some type of improvements are probably going to be necessary at that intersection. And the ultimate decision on that will come from IDOT. So that is, if you wish us to move forward with this, direction from you to resolve that, talk with the developer, understand what they are going to be presenting to IDOT, but knowing that perhaps the right solution isn't all of the improvements that were discussed in November, but we believe it's not no improvement, so it's somewhere in between. So that intersection is an important piece. We do know that at some times of the day that intersection is failing. You heard many comments tonight about concern about traffic. So certainly making sure that at a minimum, traffic is not worsened at any time period with this development will be important. The Amberley Woods, the Amberley Court issue, staff has, since the November meeting, looked at household counts in that area, really heard from many people. We do believe traffic volumes on Amberley Court will increase significantly. The developer did look at various options. We understand that their preference is to keep that road open, that a fallback position for them is the willingness to do a gate. A gate would be a workable solution from the perspective of the police department. They do not support a gate. They feel like if there were operational problems with the gate, even though it's completely private, not our jurisdiction, it would be perceived as a problem with the street being closed or open, and the city would get the calls. Also, there would be a difficulty in controlling exactly who had those transponders. And I think probably most important from a planning perspective is that when we have adjacent uses, the goal has always been to have a significant buffer. And in this case, with a cul-de-sac at the end of Amberley Court, there could be appropriate landscaping and really have a defined buffer to clearly separate and terminate that residential neighborhood completely from that commercial area. So at least at this time, the planning staff's recommendation is that a cul-de-sac continue to be considered. With a gate, if that were the direction, we still would need to assure that there was sufficient turning radius on the south side of the gate to accommodate vehicles of all sizes that would be traveling on Amberley Court. You heard many comments on setbacks. The plan as approved today for office buildings did require 50-foot setbacks on the east, west, and south sides of the property and 150-foot setback on Amberley Court. This development doesn't adhere to those. As the staff report acknowledges, a retail center at this location was not envisioned when those setbacks were established. However, the thought of paying attention to the corridor of Route 60, whether that's a 150-foot setback or 25 feet, really is something that would be consistent with previous discussions. I think with that, I will end my comments. Again, we do have engineering staff available to respond to questions, and I would be happy to do so also.
Good. Okay, questions by the commissioners of either the petitioner or of staff? Jim, do you want to start?
Sure. My first question was for the engineer, the city engineer, if I could. We heard quite a bit of testimony from the Stonebridge residents, from the Sanders Road residents, as far as the current situations with regard to drainage. Are you aware of those issues? Is the city doing anything to affect those? And this is, I guess, a multifaceted question. And what is the guarantee then that the drainage proposal plan would not negatively affect those current conditions?
Yeah. City staff had made me aware of some of the downstream drainage concerns, that are existing today. Obviously, a developer can't completely eliminate those, and the watershed development ordinance requires them to detain up to a certain threshold, to control the release rate to a certain threshold, and if they're meeting that requirement, that's what they're required to do. I guess it would be up to the Plan Commission if they wanted to impose more significant standards or more stringent standards, but really all the ordinance requires that they do is meet those standards that are spelled out in the ordinance.
Right. I'm not necessarily questioning the developer's stand on it, as more of the analysis that we've done in the past, and we've got problems now that are resulting from the development that we may not have thought would have occurred.
Right.
And are we prepared to address those? Is that contemplated here?
I think I would defer to Bob on existing issues.
Good evening. City staff, myself, as superintendent of engineering, is aware of the concerns of a lot of the Stonebridge residents. Ross, Dave, we, for the last 7 years, we have met out on site. We have walked the site. And, well, but I think there's a difference of opinion. And what I would like to suggest is that Stonebridge, Amberley Court, I think it's Krebs was the name, Fleck Engineering, city engineer, myself, we all sit down with the plans and talk. When it's hard to do this here, different people are talking about different areas, but without plans to look at, it's very difficult to really assess what's going on and to try to explain the hydrology, how things were designed back in 2006, how they work today, and what'll happen with this development. And I'd like to suggest, and if that's amenable to the current residents, that we do that soon. We all sit down with the plans and talk through those concerns.
Yeah, because whatever were to go on this property, that would be an issue.
Correct.
Whether it be Mr. Shiner's development or otherwise.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Can I follow up on that?
Yes.
On page 7, it talks about the preliminary plan appears workable, talks about impervious surface. What happens, this thing goes in and it doesn't work? Who is on the hook for fixing it?
We are. It's ours.
Bob, is that accurate?
It would depend on what went wrong. If something is not installed right, if it's the design was faulty or misrepresented, then apparently, there could be legal action against the developer and whoever the owner is.
My concern is that the comeback will be to the city. And how does the city protect itself if this thing goes haywire? Developer's long gone, he's no longer in the picture. Homeowners Association is stuck with it. Guess who they come to? The city. And assuming this gets continued, I think that's an issue that is very, very, very important.
And that's why, as Kathy had mentioned, we will look at, we have not received final engineering plans. When those are received, those will be reviewed by our professional engineer. And again, as Dan mentioned, normally any kind of development, whether it's just a homeowner building an addition to their house or a large development, they are held to the standards which, as gentleman from Stonebridge brought up, is the Lake County Watershed Development Ordinance. And that's what developers normally need to prove, that they are meeting those requirements. Yeah. And they're very good requirements. They were just updated a year ago. But they are just that. They are minimum standards for development.
Thank you. We'll come back to you. Okay. Any further questions of commissioners?
I've got a few, not of the engineer.
I have a couple for the engineers.
Okay, please, okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Mike.
If I could just add to that, when that subdivision was designed, it took into consideration the impervious surface for the 24 coach houses, the 2 condominium buildings, and the parking, and the office development in the parking lot. All that stuff was all figured into the calculations and approved back in 2006. What's being added here is not going to negatively impact the downstream properties. I think that everybody has a different perception of flooding. And I mentioned earlier about the wetlands on the property. And if those aren't getting the proper hydrology, they aren't going to be wetlands. So those areas will have water. There was also some comment about an area north of the condominium building that has water. The Miller residence had a driveway that came in off of 60, and it came through the woods, and it was a wetland there just north of the condominium building. And it had a little stone bridge, and it went over the wetlands and then continued on past the tennis court to the house. So when the development was done, the driveway came out and the stone bridge came out. And so what's left up there is a remnant of a wetland. So again, that's an area that's historically has been that way. And the developer didn't go in there and fill it and do the grading and take down trees to do that. It was left natural. So concerning, there were some comments about sediments and pollutants and that type of thing. The ponds that were designed, so the drainage that we send into the ponds, there's a north pond and a south pond. And so we look to send the water into the south pond, even though it has to route back through, get to the north end through the release structure. And that was done intentionally so that that water would be in those ponds for the longest amount of time possible, give the runoff time for the sediments to settle out, pollutants to be handled. And otherwise, if you take it to the north pond, it kind of short circuits itself and gets out right away. So both those ponds are 12 feet deep. They were put in deep so that we would be able to handle sediment over years, and that we're not looking to send a lot of murky water and dirty water downstream. So I think the final thing I'd say on this is that, the Amberley Woods is one part of the drainage watershed. It gets water from the neighbors to the south. It accommodates that. It manages their water, and then it has to go downstream. And we can't just take it and move it to a different place. It has to go where it was going. So, as much as we'd like to say we could just skip over Stonebridge and go to the next site, you can't do that. And then concerning the drainage at 260 Saunders, that's in a different watershed. So Saunders Road is sort of a bridge, and we're getting the drainage going west towards our site. He's over by the tollway. It's in a different watershed. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any other engineering questions?
Yeah, Mike? Excuse me, Mike. Just a question for you. It seems as though a lot of the aisleways and parking were relying on the permeable paver system, it seems like. Over time, does the permeable paver system, due to dirt and other things, lose its permeability or get downgraded? Do you know?
It can. I've gone to, there's a large lot at Morton Arboretum. It's about a 260,000 square foot parking lot. And it's been in 10 years. And from what I know on that parking lot, I think the only spot where they have to go in there and vacuum that top quarter inch or half inch of the space between the pavers where the water infiltrates is by their garbage dumpster and their service bay, where you do get a lot of stuff that does fall out of the trucks. The rest of the parking lot, from what I understand, they don't need to do anything. Okay. It's pretty maintenance free from that standpoint.
Okay, and then maybe just one other related question, because we're talking about stormwater. You know, this winter in particular, all the salting we're doing on parking lots all the time. And we don't have a bioswale filter, I don't believe, in our system. We're going from the parking lot into the 24-inch pipe into the pond. And maybe this isn't your end in particular, it might be a pond contractor, designer, but all the salting that we're doing on the parking lots, as we're currently designed, any impact on the ponds downstream that you foresee?
That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. What I can tell you is that for the permeable pavement, they find that there's less need for salting because when you do have the freeze-thaw cycles, rather than that water running off and then refreezing, it just melts and infiltrates right through the pavement. So there is, I think, less. And then the other thing with the permeable pavements, they find that the layer right below the pavers, because of the airspace in there, it stays warmer, and so that you're using less salts on the permeable pavements.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, other questions
Of the engineers?
of anybody?
I've got questions of the petitioner.
Go ahead.
Hi, how are you?
Thank you, Commissioner.
So we discussed quite a bit in detail the cut-through traffic on Amberley Court, and appreciate that explanation. Kathy had pointed out issues with 60 Sanders intersection, including the right turn in and right turn out. Could you elaborate on your position on those as well for us, please?
On both the gate and the intersection?
No, the gate I understand. Okay. Your representatives handled that really, I think, thoroughly for us.
Okay.
But it's the main intersection and the right turn in and right turn out.
I'll talk for a minute, then I'm going to turn it over because we didn't have the time for our traffic
Right,
engineers. So
understand.
I'm going to introduce them. So, I think someone made the comment that the intersection currently is failing, and that's true because how you measure traffic obviously is peak hours, and that's 4:30 to 5:30, and that'd be in the morning 7:30 to 8:30 or and whatever that is. And the truth is, the rest of the time, the intersection works, and so that's why people don't really measure those kind of traffic patterns. And so, Mike, the reason that fails is twofold, right? The interchange and the office park across the street generates 50% of the traffic. I'm going to turn it over to our traffic engineer, but what you'll find, and if I get this wrong, I apologize, Tim, you'll be up in a minute to correct me. But in the afternoon peak, we're adding 6% of the total traffic, and the morning peak 2%. And I also believe that we are, in fact, a lower traffic generator than the office building approved during the peak hours, during the afternoon peak. So I'm going to turn it over to Tim, because now I'm getting into a bailiwick. I'm an accountant by training and a developer by profession, and traffic is not something that I really want to go beyond that. So I'm going to turn it over. Tim, why don't you introduce yourself and talk about it?
Thank you. My name is Tim Sjogren. I manage the Illinois office of TADI. We have been preparing the traffic studies associated with the project. Just to let everyone know, one of the female engineers that helped prepare this is here today, so her perspective was taken into account when we did the distributions. Traffic at the intersection of 60 and Saunders is problematic, particularly in the evening peak hour. As Bill mentioned, almost 50% of the traffic that goes through that intersection is related to the office park on the north side. And so all of that traffic is turning through that intersection. And this is actually one of the highest places I've seen where you have that much traffic turning onto and off of a state route. It's quite phenomenal. That said, it's worth noting the impact that this development is going to have, particularly as compared to what was previously approved. And that's shown on this slide here, where we looked at how the traffic compares to what was previously approved. In the morning, a significant reduction. In the evening, which is the most critical period, this is when the intersection fails, it's actually less as well, about 5% less than what was previously approved. As someone mentioned, it's largely due to the fact that the traffic is spread throughout the day, and you see the weekday daily traffic. This traffic is distributed, and so instead of it being concentrated like an office development would have, where it's kind of building on top of all the other offices that are dumping out at the same time, this is spread throughout the day. Something else that Bill mentioned is what let's put this in perspective. What is this development actually adding? And that's the second table below. In the morning, about 2% to what's there, and even in the evening, this critical period, it's only increasing the traffic by about 6%. You see the 20% for Saturday, and that seems like a big number, but that's actually the time when this intersection operates the best, because those offices across the street and on the north side aren't in operation. So in the context of what else surrounds it, this is actually a really good use, a complementary use, because its impact is spread throughout the day as opposed to being concentrated the way that the approved office development would.
Does IDOT agree with your interpretation?
Relative to the previously approved proposal?
No.
In terms of it having less impact?
In terms of your analysis as to the impact of this shopping center on the traffic of the intersection.
We've submitted the traffic study to IDOT, and we've received their comments, as well as the comments from city staff. And based on the direction that we receive and continuing to work with staff, our intention is to then present that revised proposal instead of IDOT.
Okay. And then could you describe the right turn in and right turn out for me?
That's a tremendous benefit to this project, particularly compared to the previous proposal. What that's going to do is really pull a lot of the traffic that would be making their turning movements there at Saunders and pull them out and use the right in, right out. And those that are leaving the development and that do want to head east are going to be able to completely bypass that intersection altogether. In addition, this project proposes to extend the existing 3-lane section that is around the Saunders intersection. Instead of that merging back together,
right,
that would be continued all the way down to
So that'll
Conway
be
Farms.
incorporated in the right turn in, right turn out.
Correct, except it could be used by through traffic as well, effectively providing that third lane.
Okay. Thank you.
Sir, is this slide contained in your January 2014 study?
No.
Could you
I don't
make
believe
sure
so.
we get a copy of that?
Absolutely.
Through Kathy?
Absolutely.
Thanks, Tim.
One question of the petitioner as well. Oh, well, two more. One is, as far as disposal, loading docks and things of that nature, it seems you have it on the rear side of the building of the main building, Whole Foods, but I would expect that that's probably, given the size, the volume, and the revenue projections, that would be the highest area of concern from a delivery and disposal perspective.
I'm going to turn it over to the expert in garbage in my office, and that would be Sam Menken, who's actually worked with Whole Foods and gone through this, and he'll explain the disposal and the
loading dock.
Loading docks and how they're going to operate.
Perfect. And I think Scott's still here from Whole Foods. If there's any additional questions, so I think you correct. A bank use, 3 outlots, all smaller uses, will all be front loading, and there's trash receptacles that we'll
will take care of the trash on a daily basis. So loading all that will be panel trucks and front entry, your typical. So you correctly said that the majority of the trash and loading will come from Whole Foods. This is one of the issues we worked with Kathy really over the last year on redesigning the plan, making sure the loading is properly screened. It originally was closer to the residence, closer to the building that RHA, the new condo building, was supposed to be, which is going to be proposed to be built. So what we did is we brought the loading to the rear, created a screening wall in addition to the landscaping screening, the boulevard, and the potential gate that will screen all the loading from the residential homes. In terms of actual truck deliveries, I think Whole Foods, and they can speak to the exact details if we want to get into it, is a little more unique than your typical grocer in terms of they anticipate having 1 or 2 at the most semi-trucks a day in terms of delivery that are controlled by them. So they're not being the organic grocer, and they can speak more articulately to this. They're getting a lot of, the local bread maker or the farmer from southern Wisconsin who's delivering their goods. So those are coming on panel trucks, or those are coming from the back of their car. They're coming throughout the day. They're not getting large-scale semi-trucks.
Right,
And
okay.
to the extent of the truck traffic, what we've been cognizant of, the truck traffic route will come in through the right in, right out, circulate around, back up into the loading dock that's fully screened, and then back out onto Sanders onto Route 60. And the nice thing about Whole Foods controlling their semi-trucks, again, 2 a day, is there won't be the lost, vague semi-truck that people have talked about that's trying to meander to find the address. This is part of they're a large company. They have a large logistical team to handle that. And again, those deliveries we work with city staff to make sure they're not early in the morning or late at night. They'll be during business hours from 7 or 8 in the morning till noon is the typical truck delivery times. In terms of traffic, in terms of garbage, the other nice thing is Whole Foods takes care of their own garbage through compactor, composting. Again, Scott can get into more detail, but a majority, if not all, of the garbage is stored inside of the Whole Foods. So there's not a large dumpster. There's not large dumpsters sitting back there. In addition, there's not semi-trucks. You're not going to see semi-truck storage like you would at some traditional grocery stores.
There was a couple comments from the audience about Saunders Road and possibly trucks going through Saunders as they did during the BMW. If I'm saying this wrong, I think Kathy might know this. I believe that the opening of Saunders Road for the BMW Championship was a one-off event for a small period of time. We are not requesting, nor do we want the opening of Saunders Road. We have no interest in having that open. We don't want any of that traffic to go through there. So I believe that was a special use or a special permit for a short period of time for the BMW. So that we are not requesting that, do not want it. Whole Foods does not want it and have no interest in opening up Saunders Road as you get past the office building across the street.
Great. The one last issue I wanted to address is could we hear from Whole Foods, the representative, and their interest in our community, what their revenue projections are, and then address some of these issues that we just discussed?
Scott Salisbury, Vice President for Whole Foods. So any particular question, Commissioner?
Well, could you just elaborate on your interest in this location and in Lake Forest, what your revenue projections are? From a high level, we've seen some numbers, but from the company perspective?
We're just extremely happy to be here, or to have the possibility to be here. We've always been excited about this community, and we think it's a perfect fit, and we're just, very, very happy to have the potential to be here. So in terms of the revenue projection, I think that what was shown before was pretty accurate. So.
We've heard about comments around sustainability and things of that nature. Could you address some of those as well?
Well, we have a very sustainable building practices. We do use recyclable materials. We use LED lighting. We do have a very green building practice and operational practice every day.
Okay, and as far as the disposal of trash and compaction and things of that nature?
We typically get three deliveries from our trash removal business or vendor, 3 a week. So they come in, remove it, and then come back and bring the empty container. So it's very contained, very, very clean, nothing outside, nothing open. So.
Okay. And you have a lease contingent upon the development? Is that currently where we're at?
Yeah, that's exactly where we're at.
Okay. Thank you.
If I may, Mr.
Sure.
Commissioner, while Scott is up there,
Yes.
and Mr. Shiner is close by, let me just ask you a hypothetical. We keep hearing about the setback and the fact that we're violating a longstanding setback issue. I'm assuming, and Mr. Shiner can address the issue, that the reason that you're violating is because there's economic value in creating those four buildings. If they were to go away, Scott, let me just ask you the question directly. Are you prepared to essentially replace the economic value in the form of additional rent to Mr. Shiner?
I do not think that's feasible, to be honest with you.
All right. That's the only question I have for Scott.
Well, let me ask.
Sorry to be so direct, but that's really what it comes down to.
Let me follow that up with a more direct question. What if those other four outlets weren't there, and this body recommended to the council that Whole Foods is just fine, very welcomed in the community, but that other stuff needs to go?
The project would fail. That's as direct.
That's your comment. I'm asking Whole Foods.
Okay.
The economics of the deal were, you know, it was based on those outlots being occupied. So honestly, unless the Shiner Group came back with a deal, which I don't think they could come back with if the outlots were not there, the deal wouldn't be done. I'm quite sure.
You're sure of that?
I'm fairly sure, unless.
I noticed that the owner of the property are they represented here tonight? No. I'll have some comments on that later. Further questions? Augie?
No, thank you.
Okay. Okay. We're beyond the public testimony period. If you'd like to comment, could you get it to Kathy, and she'll make sure she gets it to us? Pardon me?
I have been for 8 years.
Okay. Thank you.
Excuse me, I have a question, and I don't know if Whole Foods makes it public, but are there any health department citations? I don't know if they publish those or not. And I think that would be important to take into consideration, because compost and garbage create havoc within our community as well. So I don't know if they make those records public, but I did live in the city one time, and I do remember there was a situation when Whole Foods first came in into one of their properties in the city, that the health department didn't come in. So I just thought to make that comment.
Commissioner, would you like me to address the setback issue, other than
Yes,
economics?
please, because it's a major concern that I have.
Okay. And I appreciate that concern. And I want to go back to the 2001, just talk about economic viability without talking about profitability, or not even economic viability, just viability of an overall development, just to give you a sense of what I think the setback means. And the first part of this is a little bit of speculation because I'm looking at what happened in 2001. In 2001, there was a master plan developed with a Route 60 corridor study. Part of that Route 60 corridor study in 2001 called for the 150-foot setback. There's no question about that. And if you look at the parcels available up through Route 60 corridor, what you have is a lot of large parcels, right? You have whenever they were built, and I don't know the exact years, the Opus development, the office building, everything was done in large-scale project, including this site, by the way, which is over 40 acres. Then in 2005, what the city chooses to do, and it may or may not have been the right thing to do, and that's not what my real concern is, it subdivided that parcel. And so what happened was you're left with an 8.5 acre parcel with a 150-foot setback, basically rendering half of that parcel undevelopable. And by the way, the city may choose that that's the right thing for the parcel. Because, and it might be, because obviously there's concerns from the residents, there's concerns from the neighbors, and it's really ultimately a political answer versus any economic answer, truth be told. And so what you have, in essence, let's take the example of the approved office building developer, and I'll run through in 2 seconds what that means. But the underground parking, whatever proposal was made to build underground parking for 150 spaces is a $6 million operation. And so there's no office building that can ever get built. Let's call a spade a spade. It's approved for office, and I'm going to be as honest as I can. To build an office building with underground parking today would be $350 to $375 a square foot, gross. The net rents today are about $30 gross in the neighborhood with about a $12 net deal. It's about a 3% net income before debt service. You're 50 or 60 years away from developing it. A retail perspective with 150 feet, first of all, no food store, and I know there are people on the city council and on this board that are in the real estate business. No food store can accept underground parking. You can do it in the city where people bus and people walk, but in an urban market, a suburban market where there are cars, no food store, including Whole Foods, and I haven't asked them this question, but you can ask them, is ever going to accept underground parking. It's a non-starter because for them, operationally, in the suburbs, it just doesn't work for a lot of reasons. And so what you're left with is, truthfully, if it doesn't get developed as a commercial development, whether office or retail, it's a residential development. And look, there was someone who testified, look, that's what we want. And that might be, again, the right thing for the city. But the expectation of a 150-foot setback, the front of the building, I don't have the thing, but the building that's on Saunders, the front of that building is 100 feet from the property line. Go back another 50 feet, you're almost at the back of that building. Draw a line across, half the parking lot's gone. So what you have is about 140 spaces. Whole Foods could never go there. Food store could never go there. And that may be the right thing for the community, and obviously there's concerns on the community. But we all have to face reality of what's available to develop and what's not. And so even with the 150-foot setback, if Whole Foods came alone, and I don't think they can, I'm certain they can't. One, because we're the contract purchasers, but we could go away because you could turn us down. But even if you came back to them to have a 150-foot setback with that kind of parking for a 45,000-foot space, they're going to still require 250 to 275 spaces. And so they're not going to want to be blocked by massive berms and trees because they're investing. And this is where the economics comes in. A 45,000-foot store, and they can answer this better than I can, so I'm speculating. They're investing over $10 million to come into this community. And to do that, being blocked with inadequate parking is not an option. They're opening stores all over the country. So the 150-foot setback is basically a result of the fact that a subdivision was made in 2006. And had it not been subdivided and it was one overall parcel, then you can understand why it should be a 150-foot setback. Because when people talk about the surrounding properties, clearly, I can't argue that there's not 150-foot setbacks. But once you subdivide it into small parcels and you want a commercial development, then the market's never going to justify a 150-foot setback for a commercial development.
What if it were 75-foot, just for a what if?
Well, look, here's the reality, and I'm not going to run through the numbers today because I can go through a half hour. I'd be happy to sit down with the plan commission or one plan commissioner because in the public record, I'm not going to start arguing numbers, but I'd be happy to sit down with staff or someone. The 75-foot setback eliminates the outlots, basically, because it eliminates the parking lot. We've gone through this for almost 18 months. We have tried to move. We had to keep setbacks. You have to develop a parking lot that's workable for Whole Foods. Let's face it.
Understood.
We want to meet all the community needs because that's really important to us. But we also have, without Whole Foods, there isn't a development here. And so and to an extent, they're a client. So we've got the interest of Whole Foods in getting a parking lot that works, that are convenient, when on peak hours like Saturday morning when people go shopping, that there's adequate parking and adequate ease of movement. And so you want to have an operationally successful center. What makes this center great, people complain about Libertyville, is that it's parked right. We have the opportunity to put a restaurant there that's a sit-down restaurant, and we have an operationally and a functional center that really works. But when you build in our business, and this is where the numbers go in, and when Scott talks about, well, we're not going to, and look, I know that Jeffrey's in the retail business. I know that the mayor is in the commercial office business. And I know that they're in the real estate business, and they'll verify what I say. And that is, when we build the Whole Foods, we build at a loss. That's just the nature of our business. It's not profitable to build the Whole Foods. You build at a loss because you ultimately have to subsidize their rent because, Scott, I don't mean wherever, there you are. You know, they're the 300-pound gorilla in the room to a large extent. And everything else basically gets us to a point where we can attract financing and attract capital. And look, it would be great, because I've been at this 18 months, we spent a lot of money, if I could eliminate the 6,000-foot building. I'm here to tell you that I didn't swear in, so it's very unusual. I normally swear in a plan commission, and I don't remember swearing in. But if we lost the one outlot building, for example, on 60, the project would be upside down. And it goes back to the FAR. And I know those numbers don't mean a lot, but when you have an 18.5% FAR, when the normal's 25 or 27, unfortunately, we came to the Plan Commission at an absorption that's really unusual for any center of this size. And so we're caught betwixt and between. Look, it'd be easy for me if I can get rid of the outlot buildings, get Whole Foods and be profitable. I'd do it in a second. Why would I go through this? Unfortunately, we're in a position that we can't do that. And so 75 feet, because we had to save the heritage trees behind the shopping center. We had to create the proper, because the homes are back there. And so we had to create the proper screening for the homes that are being built by Cahovanian. So we had to move it up. We had to create a parking field that made sense for Whole Food. We had to put landscape trees in the parking lot to create that. We created all the surface of the brick pavers to make sure that worked. That created more space. And then we had to cut back our density in order to have something that we thought could possibly get through. And so we're at a point that 75 feet probably eliminates the bank building and the multi-tenant retail building on 60. And look, we're and look, to the benefit of some, it would be a great thing, because
could those be reconfigured?
We've tried to figure this out for 18 months
Yeah.
because this has been an issue, and Kathy's made it very clear it'd be very difficult to get beyond the setback requirement. We have looked at it, I would say, Peter, 30 or 40 iterations to try to figure out how to do that. But every time we do that, we eliminate the parking field for Whole Foods. And one of the biggest issues at the last meeting, there were 3 or 4 people who came up and said, look, we don't want this to be like Libertyville's Mariano's because they have no parking there. And it's a real mess. And so you have all these varying interests, and that was the point that I was trying to make up front. You have the interest of the 3 or 4 people who came up at the last meeting and talked about Mariano's, and they didn't want to have parking. You have clearly a lot of people who are very concerned about the setbacks. And look, this is your community. It's a legitimate concern and should be there. And we've tried to make the best of it, because if you look at it, look, I think it's about 100 to 115 feet along 60, and you have, what's the frontage? 571. We've got 571 feet of frontage that meet all the setback requirements. No, I'm sorry, the bank. So it's 571 less the bank. It's 115 plus about 40. So 150 of the 571. So almost 75% of that meets those requirements. We tried to put limestone and land and stone pavers to make it look spectacular. We put all the brick pavers in. So, and look, Lake Forest deserves the best, right? Because that's what you expect and that's what you should get. And so within all those constraints, we think this is a great plan. We really do, from a design, and we know that people are going to disagree with that, but we also know that it's a great plan. We love the design, we love the landscaping. Our landscaping budget's enormous. And we know that we can't solve every issue, but we do know that we think we've solved the cut-through traffic. We know we've solved the detention issues. We really believe we've solved any of the cut-through traffic issues. We believe that we have bettered the situation because of the right and out from traffic perspective. We have what we think is the absolute best tenant in the market today. There is no better tenant than Whole Foods. And so you're faced with really, in my view, a political decision as to whether or not this is appropriate for your community. And the community's spoken tonight. Some against, a lot against, some for. And that's the decision that ultimately I think you're faced with. And I don't,
Well,
I don't know if that's good.
fortunately, we don't have to make the political decision. That's city council, but we are.
You make recommending bodies.
I'm going to make a
It's recommending
recommendation
body. That's correct.
based on planning principles and what we hear in terms of.
No, I misspoke to that. Sure. That's absolutely true. So that's how I'd answer it, unfortunately.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you very much for your time. Really, I appreciate it greatly.
We have we've got 10 minutes by our rules. What's the pleasure?
I think we go to comments at this point, do we not?
Go ahead.
Augie?
Sure.
Sorry, I didn't mean to pick on you.
That's all right.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Shiner, thanks for a great presentation. You and your consultants did a really professional job laying it all out.
Thank you very
And
much.
You're welcome. And I also thank the 28 residents that spoke. To have that many people care, come out
I think it's
late,
great.
I think it is as well. And Kathy, the staff that's reviewed all this and spent all the time on it, Bob, everybody, has been really great. So, you know, to follow what you had said in the beginning, the best deal is one that works for everybody.
Right.
It's got to work for everybody. And, you know, some of the people had talked about the 2001 Route 60 corridor plan, which describes kind of a narrative of what the vision is, what the expectations are aesthetically, environmentally, the use of Route 60. Another document that followed was the 2006 City Council approval that took this 8.5 acres and kind of defined from that 2001 plan what some of the particulars were. Two office buildings, some parking, and so on and so forth. So we've got these two documents that came before your proposal. Then in 2013, 2014, we get the proposal for the Whole Foods development. So I'm looking at it saying, all right, a baseline would be to take this 2006 site plan, compare it to yours, and say, what's the same, what's different, what's better, what's worse in the eyes of a plan commissioner, at least. And so I'm looking at it and I see things like green space significantly reduced, parking significantly increased, stormwater management moves from on-site to off-site, an operation of 5 days go to 7 days for the use, setbacks as we talked about. And so as I'm looking at the comparison between what I would call a baseline and what's being presented, I'm seeing a lot going one way but not going the other. So I say to myself, as a couple of the people who had public testimony said, maybe we're trying to do too much in this space because the outbuildings, which you just discussed, are creating more parking spaces required. It's more square footage, less green area. And so I'm trying to reconcile in my mind the presentation that's coming before us versus what the baseline is, saying that times have changed since 2006, but there needs to be something that offsets, in my mind at least, some of the things that are going the other way. I don't know what that is right now. A smaller site, that might help, you know, get rid of some of the hardscape, some of the, you know, but so I guess where I'm going with it is it's got to be give and take. And right now, what I see is a lot of giving. And those are my comments from what I see right now.
Mr. Commissioner, I would say that to your point, we could have made the exact same comparison to the site that Costco landed on. And it's interesting that the words gateway keep being used. I mean, I go northbound on 294 every day from my office in Oak Brook back to Lake Forest. And I can tell you that Costco is at our gateway. I get off every day, and I look at that thing, and I look at $150 million worth of revenue going to some other community, you know, $1.5 million going to some other community as opposed to ending up here to support our tax structure, support our police, support our fire, to lower our tax base. And we are about to do the same thing with this site if we continue to look at things that way. This site is not going to be developed in the near term. It's probably not going to be developed in the moderate term, and that could be fine, as long as we're willing to compromise all the things that are going to be compromised in our budgetary with our budgets over the coming decade. This is arguably the best retailer in North America right now. I mean, the most desirable from a development perspective. They want to be here. We've got a great workable site. I can tell you, having spent 25 years in the business, Mr. Shiner isn't saying it right now, but I will. If you take a normal FAR for a 8.5 acre site, you're going to get 90,000 square feet of approvable space on that site. So let's just say it's 85,000 feet. I did some quick calculation. That's 14,000 more square feet. Pick a number, $25, $30 in net rent. You cap that value, and there's $4.5 million being left off the table right now, the way it's presently contemplated. So, nobody does this stuff for free. I'm not going to suggest that Mr. Shiner or anybody else, by the way, in front of us right now would not be doing this for some reasonable profit. But there have been concessions made, and I think it's important for us to note those concessions at some level. I'm struck by the fact that the people most affected by the site are in favor of it. In the sense that the Amberley Condo Association and the Master Association both come out and support. I understand that that's a very small geographic consideration, given the fact that other people to the south and further east are affected, and they are clearly not in support. But I would hope that our city engineers can alleviate some of the concerns that they've expressed. I think the gate that's being proposed completely addresses the problems. And the fact that a privately held road that's privately maintained is supportive of the gate suggests to me that maybe the city ought to get behind that and look at it further as opposed to insisting on the cul-de-sac. So those are my general comments. I could go on, but our time is limited.
I'd like to, at the risk of sounding political, I'd like to reiterate the comments of both Commissioner Ziccarelli and Commissioner Kuchman. I think you have done a fine job. I think the community's been out here and supportive, both for and against, but showing their commitment to the community. I will say one thing, though, as far as the setback issue is concerned. From my perspective, provided landscaping is substantial, there's berming, adequate berming, I'm not so concerned about parking. I think that can be camouflaged, if you will, or beautified within a reasonable extent. And when we talk about encroaching upon that 150-foot setback, what strikes me is the comparables we're using in the neighborhood are tall buildings, tall office buildings. Here we're talking about 1.5 story buildings. While closer to the setbacks, they are not as big and not as prominent buildings. So I think that's a factor we need to consider. The Amberley Court Gate, I think, is a nice resolution, and I agree that I think the city should get behind that. I am concerned around the 60 and Sanders intersection. I'm less concerned about the right in, right out. Part of that is, I heard a comment earlier that did not help local residents. I think it does for those who are going towards the east part of Lake Forest. It gets you on your way. The aesthetics and landscaping of berms, as I touched upon earlier, is a big concern for me. I know you've put substantial dollars in that budget. If we were to recommend going forward, I'd suggest looking at that again, talking to the Whole Foods people who are clearly community-oriented. That's their reputation. They are a stellar retailer. Looking at the possibility of camouflaging the site even more, such that maybe they don't get as great an aesthetic view, but people know where they're at. When there's a Whole Foods in, people know where they're at. They're not necessarily reliant on the signage of your standard retailers like a Subway or something along those lines. The drainage issue, I raised the drainage issue not because it was necessarily only your issue. It's an issue of the community that we already have in existence. So it's something we as the city and the planning commission and the engineers need to look at more, and as well as within the context of your development. Issues such as the lighting, height restrictions, architecture, those for another board to consider. I am also concerned about those within the whole context of the gateway to the community and the aesthetics of the development. But I think overall, you've done within the confines and the limits of what the site, lays out. You've done a pretty good job. So,
Thank you.
Just to wrap this up, I will support the staff recommendation to continue the public hearing on this matter. But I would like to give, in that it go back for some more discussion, but I would like to suggest the following. That I think the road ahead is going to be very, very challenging, and you've got a very steep hill to go up on this project from my perspective. What I would suggest is that, I notice that the property owner or representative is not here tonight, but I would suggest that that party and Whole Foods and the Shiner Group get together at the same table with Kathy and other city staff, and to before you come, to lower your expectations a little bit with respect to this site in terms of its density. As I said, I'm very concerned about a 25-foot setback. To me, this is in effect spot zoning in the truest planning sense of the word, as presently constituted. And really, to make some adjustments, I wouldn't insist on 150 feet, but Kathy, you asked for some feedback on it. It can't be 25 feet, in my view. It can't be 0 on the Saunders Road side. The city has spent an awful lot of money to enhance the appearance of that entrance to the city. And what I don't want is to have the city approve a project that causes a lot of messes that need fixing later. Traffic messes, environmental messes from the standpoint of drainage and flooding, and frankly, reducing the quality of life of a lot of people in and around that intersection. So I would hope that all of I too ardently support diversifying our city's revenue base. I think your sales tax numbers are high. You've gotten some of my feedback on that. I think additional downward adjustments are necessary. So,
Well,
let me
okay.
finish. Let me finish. Because I don't want to be getting $500,000, $600,000 a year in additional revenue that the city is going to be pushed on to fix messes that this thing creates down the road. I'm not saying that's the intent, but I'm thinking, I've been in and around city government a long, long, long time. And I see how drainage problems exist, and 99% of the time, people don't go back to their homeowners association, they go to their city government to fix it at city cost. So those are my concerns. That's just one commissioner's recommendation and advice to you. Yes, a motion to, I would move the staff recommendation to continue consideration of the petition using the language contained at the bottom of page 9.
I'll second.
May I ask what the bottom of page 9 says? I'm just out of curiosity.
Pardon
What's the language on the bottom of page 9, sir?
It's in the staff report. You want me to read it?
I'm just curious. I'm curious because I don't have it in front of me.
Okay. Motion is continue consideration of the petition in indicating general support for the Whole Foods at this location, along with some amount of ancillary retail, restaurant, and limited non-retail uses.
Well, they want us to change. the
Direct
site
that the
plan.
following actions be taken prior to returning to the Plan Commission. Resolve and respond to the outstanding issues noted in the staff report and any additional issues identified by the commission. You heard one from me. Refine the plan as appropriate in response to these outstanding issues. 3, present the plans to the Building Review Board for consideration of the buildings and the landscape, hardscape lightings, and signage plans. Submit final plans for final consideration of the Plan Commission.
And as part of that, for us to come back, if we cannot make the changes you would request in terms of the site plan and density, I think Whole Foods, and I think is going to be a hard thing, can I come back and take a no vote?
Take a what?
My point being is, one of the directions that you just gave was to go back, meet with our landowner, Whole Foods, ourselves and staff, to seek a price reduction, theoretically in land, to seek additional rent from Whole Foods in exchange for reducing the density. And what I'm asking is, if that is impossible, can I come back to the Plan Commission without meeting what you've just asked for and get an up or down vote at
Yes.
some point? That's all.
Yes.
Because I think that scenario is probably very
We owe
unlikely.
that to you.
Huh?
I mean, that's our responsibility.
Yeah, because I think that scenario is pretty unlikely, so I want to make sure that we can come back and at least get a vote one way or the other. We will try and we will look at it, but I think the result you're seeking is going to be very difficult. And so I just want to make sure that we can come back and have that vote. But we will make all due attempt to try to do that, but I think that's going to, it is what it is. I'm not going to repeat myself.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carried. The matter is continued.
Really appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much for hearing it. Kathy, thanks again for everything. Really appreciate it.
Any other business?
Any other business to come before us? Next Monday, 6 p.m.
I motion for adjournment.
6 o'clock Monday? You'll be
I
there?
can't make it. I'm out of
You're gonna be
town.
there? I'll be there. Okay.
I motion for adjournment. Do we have a second?
So adjourned.
Second.